Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump lashes out at the UN General Assembly, claiming he ended 7 wars while questioning its role in world affairs. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan strike a historic defense deal, with Pakistan hinting its nuclear arsenal could extend to Riyadh. And Trump slams Europe for buying Russian energy and warns the US may hit Russia with new tariffs. Before we start our show with that news on the UN General Assembly, we're just going to take a look at some of the other stories which are making headlines around the world today. At least 25 miners are trapped underground after a gold mine collapsed in Colombia. Authorities say rescuers are trying to reach them, and contact has indeed been made with those miners. A police officer in Australia has been charged with assaulting a protester at a pro-Palestinian demonstration. The victim, Hannah Thomas, says she was punched in the face during a June protest and needed surgery to treat her injuries. The officer will appear in court in November. A man has been accused of pointing a laser at a helicopter carrying President Donald Trump. 33-year-old Jacob Winkler was arrested on federal charges. The crime carries a maximum 5-year prison sentence. And President Donald Trump has made a link between the pain relief medicine Tylenol and autism. The US president made the announcement alongside his health secretary, Robert Kennedy Jr. Doctors will now be advised against prescribing Tylenol, which is also known as paracetamol, to pregnant women. Experts have pushed back on this claim. American comedian Jimmy Kimmel will return to his late-night show today after a brief suspension. The show was abruptly taken off air after he made comments regarding the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. President Donald Trump had welcomed the suspension, and affiliate outlets said they would replace the program across regional stations. Now back to our top story. President Trump has criticized the United Nations at the General Assembly, questioning its role in the world affairs and saying it failed to help during conflicts he claims to have ended. He listed 7 wars he said he solved and mocked the UN facilities, including a broken escalator and teleprompter. Trump also questioned the purpose of the UN. Take a quick listen to what he had to say.
What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action.
For more on this, I'm joined from New York by our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, thank you so much for joining us. So Donald Trump delivered a lengthy attack on the UN effectiveness. He spoke for roughly 55 minutes. What did the US president have to say?
Well, this was one of President Trump's most anti-globalist, anti-America First policy, Trump First policy speech that we have seen him give during his entire political career. He really laid out this vision of a world that centers around isolationism and nationalism, at one point even saying that people or countries that allow in individuals that they have nothing in common with are facing ruin. And this is really really the absolute antithesis of the United Nations, which really believes that even if countries are at odds, that they should work together to solve the world's biggest issues and to secure peace. At one point, as you mentioned there, Trump even questioned the very existence of the United Nations. The institution has for years now faced this question about its relevance, particularly right now as it celebrates its 80th anniversary in a war that is just in a world rather that has multiple wars playing out: Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Gaza. And Trump talked about these wars that are taking place, and he really condemned these countries, these Western powers that on Sunday and Monday recognized a Palestinian state for the first time. This includes a number of U.S. allies like Britain, Canada, Australia, and France. And he said that those countries are rewarding Hamas, a terrorist organization. He also focused the speech a lot on immigration and green energy, and he linked them together, saying that they are destroying the free world. He said that green energy is the biggest con job in history, and he went on at length about this. And of course, President Trump, under his leadership, pulled the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. So his speech was stuff that we have heard repeatedly before. He praised himself a lot, praised his accomplishments a lot. And it also was this major attack on the fundamentals of the UN. And before he spoke, the United Nations General Secretary, Antonio Guterres, said that the institution's principles are under attack, and he didn't name Trump personally, but Trump speaking to those very concerns of just not the UN, but many of its member states.
Tony Waterman, thank you so much for joining us. Now, Trump also spoke about the conflict in Gaza, urging an immediate ceasefire. He criticized Hamas for rejecting what he called reasonable peace offers and warned that recognizing a Palestinian state would be a reward for the terrorist group. Here's more of what he had to say.
As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. We want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly.
For more on this, I'm joined by Riyadh Kawaji, Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst. Riyadh, thank you for joining us. We just heard there from Donald Trump, who said we have to stop the Gaza war immediately and get all 20 hostages back now. What did you make of the words, and was there anything new from the president?
Well, actually, it was not entirely accurate because the last offer made by Steve Witkoff, I mean, he is the mediator, Hamas accepted, agreed to. It was Netanyahu that decided to go back on this and change the terms, and which is something that had occurred repeatedly. And now it seems that President Trump is going along with the latest stance of the Israeli government, which is that they want the whole hostages released immediately or nothing. That's the only deal they would accept. So right now, President Trump is trying to show that he is, as he mentioned in his speech, that he ended the wars, and he is now trying to end more wars. He just, addressing the Gaza issue, which has become a very troubling issue affecting U.S. relations in the region. We saw what happened in the last Israeli air raid on Doha. We saw the deterioration of the U.S. reliability in the region to its partners because of its war. And now we're seeing, the Abrahamic Accords now are in jeopardy because of this war and of the Israeli government policy. So I think he is setting the stage for a meeting that reportedly he is planning to have with a number of Arab leaders on the sideline of the New York meetings to propose his own plan for Gaza, which we are yet to hear what it is.
And Riyadh, do Arab nations like the UAE have any leverage over President Donald Trump when it comes to putting pressure on Israel? You mentioned the Abraham Accords there. We know this is something that Donald Trump brokered, and it's very important to him.
Well, unfortunately, we have seen Donald Trump very weak when it comes to dealing with Israel and with Netanyahu directly. And that's one of the main reasons why we see the U.S. credibility in the region is under question. There's a lot that is on the line today facing the possibility of collapse because of the Israeli policies and because of the U.S. failure to deal with these policies and to seriously pressure Israel into adhering to moderation, to some brokered agreements, not even to the U.S. Mediators. We've seen them pull out and not return because that they have been unsuccessful in getting Israel to commit to a line. Every time they come out with a proposal and they wait for a while, and then when Hamas says yes, then we have a whole new set of demands. So we have this situation today. We've heard all the speeches from the Arab leaders. They are not in line with President Trump's speech when it comes to Gaza.
And how concerning is that for the relationship that's been built up between the Arab leaders and Donald Trump? It was just recently we saw him in Saudi Arabia and obviously brokered all these deals. There was big money involved. What consequences could this have for the U.S.?
Well, yeah, this depends on what policies the Arab leaders are going to pursue, from this moment onward. We have this meeting coming up with President Trump about to hear his proposal to ending the war in Gaza. We don't know what is going to be in there, but right now we've had a whole day of country after another country from the West recognizing the Palestinian state, and still Trump found this to be a reward to Hamas, although everybody said this was the right thing to do. This was the right thing to do to the Palestinian people, and nobody was concerned about Hamas, and nobody wants to see Hamas in the future of a Palestinian state. But still, we have President Trump's adhering to the line adopted by Israel. So the future of the U.S.-Arab relations today are very much hinging on how the Gaza war is going to come to an end, and when it's going to come to an end, and under what terms.
And you mentioned there that many countries have recognized a Palestinian state. It's been recognized by over 157 UN member states, Riyadh. Do you think Trump is becoming increasingly isolated from its allies on the issue of Israel?
Well, by linking the U.S. stance to Israel, he is becoming isolated alongside Israel. I mean, this is something that's not good for the U.S. This is the leader of the the Western democracy to be in such a position. You have major Western Western powers like France, UK, Spain recognizing the Palestinian state. Right now, the U.S. is more and more finding itself among the minority side of the world when it comes to the Palestinian question.
Riyad Kawaji, it's always great to have your analysis. Thank you for joining me. Now, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a landmark strategic defence agreement during Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's visit to Riyadh. The agreement states that an attack on one nation would be considered an attack on both, deepening decades of military ties. Pakistan's defence minister went further, saying the country's nuclear capabilities could be made available to Saudi Arabia, a first public acknowledgement of such a commitment. For more on this, I'm joined from Islamabad by Asif Durrani, former Pakistani ambassador to the UAE and also Iran. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us and taking your time this evening. Can we just start with...
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Can we just start with President Donald Trump? We were just talking there to my first guest, Riyad, about his address at the UN General Assembly, and he's also meeting a selected group of leaders from Muslim countries, including Pakistan's Prime Minister, on the sidelines of this General Assembly today. The talks are expected to focus on measures to end the ongoing conflict in Gaza. What does Pakistan want to hear from the US President Donald Trump today?
I think Pakistan is not alone in expressing the sentiments of the overwhelming majority of the Muslim world and even the civilized world about the right of Palestinians to self-determination. And that has been denied since 1948. Now there are some positive signs which are emerging, including some European countries, including Canada, France, UK. They have recognized Palestine as a state. So these are positive signs, and this should also serve as a call for recognizing the severity of the problem. And Israel and the United States should also realize that they have a responsibility towards peace and allowing Palestinians to live like other people. Yes.
Thank you so much. Now let's turn our focus to the Pakistan-Saudi Arabia Defence Pact. To what extent is this a significant game changer in the Middle East, and is the timing of this important?
Well, I haven't seen the text of the agreement between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, but the joint statement is quite clear. And the important sentence is that attack on one country would be considered attack on both. So this is very important. So, and here we are talking about the threat to the security of the signatories. So here I think it's a forward movement. Already Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have had a close defense relationship, and Pakistan's troops have been stationed in Saudi Arabia since early 80s when Iraq was taking place. Then subsequently when Iraq attacked Kuwait, Pakistani troops were there to defend Saudi Arabia. And our troops remained there since, including, and even now, we still have close to 2,000 troops from Pakistan. Yes.
And we know Pakistan is a nuclear power, and Pakistan's defense minister says the country's nuclear capabilities will be made available to Saudi Arabia. How exactly will this work?
I think a defense minister, I don't know in what context he said it, but nuclear is a very serious affair. And in Pakistan's case, it is India-specific. So there are no doubts about it. And Pakistan's nuclear program is full spectrum deterrence against any onslaught from the Indian side. But you have seen that in May, India and Pakistan had a 4-day war in which Pakistan displayed its prowess in the conventional field. And so therefore, this should serve as a pointer to those who think that Pakistan perhaps may lower the nuclear threshold. This is not the case, which is why that Pakistan has also established the missile theater and which is meant to raise the threshold of conventional warfare. And this present agreement with Saudi Arabia should be seen in that light.
And according to sources, and you also said this to me a little bit earlier, the agreement says that foreign aggression on one is attack on both. Many people have actually found this a surprising step. Why is this so? Is it because it involves the nuclear side of things?
I don't think so. It is I think our conventional capabilities are quite enough to deter any aggression. Pakistan has also displayed its capabilities against any aggression. So here I think even the norms of war are getting changed by the day. And it's no more a direct fight or tank-to-tank fight or artillery-to-artillery fight. So here I think it is, you can say, multi-domain, but mostly in the air. So those are the regions where Pakistan has excelled. So I think, and then Saudi Arabia does not entertain those in their strategic calculus about the nuclear armament. And then Saudi Arabia is also part of the demand that to make Middle East a nuclear weapon-free zone. And this is a demand still being tabled in the UN General Assembly. Israel is the only country which opposes that. So therefore, right now, Saudi and Pakistani agreement, when we say attack on one country would tantamount to attack on both, that means from the conventional point of view.
And one final question to you, if I may. Pakistan has nominated President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Why is this? And do you think President Donald Trump should win the prize?
Well, Pakistan has made a decision, but India are fighting shy. So it was a reward because President Trump did play a role in ending hostilities between India and Pakistan. India denies that. They are in a denial, so I'm not surprised. But I think, yes, President Trump did take a positive step, and he did mention about ending this war between India and Pakistan almost 30 times, much to the chagrin of Indians. But that's a reality, yes.
Former Ambassador Asif Durrani, thank you so much for joining the show. Now, the Taliban has firmly rejected President Trump's suggestion that the US could retake Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. Trump has argued the base is strategically important, citing its proximity to China. Though experts do question the claim, Bagram was handed to Afghan forces before the Taliban takeover. In an exclusive interview, Taliban spokesperson Zabiullah Mujahid spoke with us. Here's what he had to say.
Now, last week in London, the US President Donald Trump said he was working to get back the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, adding, we're trying to get back Bagram because they need things from us. What things was he referring to, do you think? And what exactly do you want from Washington?
باید یک دو موضوعات را با هم تفکیک کنیم.
There
There are two issues here which we need to separate. First, Afghanistan does indeed need good relations, foreign investment, including from the US, and a trustworthy diplomatic environment, where both countries can interact based on their national interests. Second, regarding Bagram, Bagram is part of Afghanistan's territory. It is no different from any other piece of Afghan land. We will never agree to bargain away or hand over any part of our country. Afghans are extremely sensitive about occupation, and no Afghan will ever allow their land to be taken or controlled by outsiders, not even an inch. The Americans must understand this sensitivity. Our people will not accept foreign troops exercising authority over any part of Afghanistan. We heard Trump's remarks and we responded. We issued a statement urging them to consider the reality on the ground and make realistic, rational decisions.
Now, do you interpret President Trump's comments about linking the return of Bagram to your demands as a signal that perhaps he may be willing to open a new chapter with your country?
The matter of our demands is a separate issue. Afghanistan does not and will never put forward any demands that involve relinquishing part of its territory in return. No such request has been made from our side, nor is there any need for it.
Tune in the next hour right here on Arabiya English to watch that full exclusive interview done by my colleague Tom Burges Watson. Now, back to the UN General Assembly, where US President Donald Trump addressed global affairs, including the Russia-Ukraine war. He criticized NATO countries for continuing to buy Russian energy, calling it embarrassing and saying they are funding the war against themselves. Here is more on what he had to say.
And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time.
For more on this, I'm joined from New York now by John Cavalage, Senior Editor for Outcome and Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. And I know you were at the UN General Assembly today. We just heard from Donald Trump there. He gave a really long, wide-ranging interview. I think it was about 55 minutes long. He called China and India the primary funders of Russia's war machine, as you heard earlier, accusing Europe too of buying Russian energy. Do you think he is correct in his assessment of the situation?
If I may first address your 55 minutes, the UN General Assembly guidelines for head of state and head of government remarks during the High Leaders Week is 15 minutes. And on the podium is three little lights, green, yellow, and red. In the case of President Trump, they just burned out. He blew right through them. And that pretty much sums up how he looks at anything, which is guidelines don't matter. And it's whatever he wants becomes the norm. And whatever rules he implements become the rules for everyone. And so that's sort of what we've seen. His the remarks themselves, I think most of the members sitting there, the representative 193, they probably just got out calculators or got out their little smartphones, and they're probably looking how many days left. And if they did that, they'll find out 1,462 days. So I think that's how they're, they listened to everything he said, and he criticized everyone. If I may, particularly on Ukraine, it was interesting where he says, okay, European Union particularly, you're buying energy from Russia, therefore you're helping fuel the war. What he didn't mention nor did Secretary of State Marco Rubio in an interview this morning mention, was that the U.S. is purchasing $3 billion plus annually in energy products from Russia. But the reason that President Trump nor Secretary Rubio mentioned that is because from their standpoint, the U.S. isn't at war with Russia. It's Europe that's at war with Russia. And that's a really interesting distinction on how he sort of separates the two.
And also, President Donald Trump said he's going to discuss Russian energy purchases with European nations today. And the big question here is, will this make any difference? Will Donald Trump then choose to sanction Russia? John, we've spoken about before, he's threatened, he's never come through with it. And if we look at the war between Russia and Ukraine, the talks seem to have stalled.
Yes, to your first question, he will probably be able to walk away with a Trumpian win during the discussions, EU discussions and the others. And he basically looks at everything from his first term with NATO, when he said, hey, you people, NATO members, that point, 30 of you, you need to step up and spend the 2% that you committed to. And during his first term, and then through Biden's term, the members did step up. He then said, okay, now you got to spend 5%. Now, very few of them are ever going to get near that for domestic political reasons. But he was able to say, see, I pushed them along to do something they didn't want to do. But see, now they didn't want to do it, but now it's good that they've done it. So he's going to probably walk away as Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, the administrative arm of the European Union. She's already said, OK, we're going to try to move that 2027 mark to end our purchases of Russian energy to maybe end of 2026. So he's really going to be able to say, OK, if you're serious, you need to do this. The question, though, is going to be, is the European Union going to turn around and say, if we're doing this, then you need to find another source for your uranium and some of the other products that you're purchasing from the Russian Federation. That's going to be a delicate diplomatic balance.
And let's talk a little bit about what Donald Trump said about the UN itself in a speech today, which I actually thought was really interesting because it was before the members of the global body. But he did say that it's empty words and empty words don't solve wars. He said basically the UN hasn't helped him end any of the wars that he's ended, all 7 of them. And John, I keep on hearing the questions, is the UN becoming increasingly irrelevant?
It is irrelevant. And President Trump is right to mention that. That theme, President Erdogan of Turkey has, since the G20 in New Delhi in 2023, has been using this phrase, the world is larger than 5, meaning the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. To put that sort of in statistical perspective, you have 193 members of the UN. You have 5 permanent members. You have then the remaining of the General Assembly. So you have 97.4% of the UN membership is hostage to the decisions of about 2.5%. And until that swaps, where the majority rules, you continue to have the UN just be a talk fest. And looking at, let's say, Gaza, looking at Israel, for example, almost every speaker condemning Israel, praising the Palestinians, recognizing Palestinian statehood, saying that the Gazan people are being treated poorly. Everybody's flapping their gums about it. But when the majority decided on Sunday, the U.S. would not give visas to President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority to come to the UN General Assembly and give his speech. The UN General Assembly voted to let him make his remarks by pre-taped video. The U.S. and Israel and 8 others opposed it, but the majority carried the day. And the same goes now with Israel. If these members want to put teeth into the UN about anything, then it would seem that if you're accusing a member of being responsible for destroying 90% of the infrastructure and structures in Gaza, killing 65,000 plus, we don't know how many more are buried under rubble, in 23 months, then you would think someone would raise their hand and go, excuse me, why don't we suspend or expel Israel? Let's take a vote. And if the UN Security Council, the US votes no, who cares? We're going to send a locksmith to their offices. We're going to change the locks. We'll decode their entry cards to get into the UN. That takes 30 minutes. And now we've actually done something. But until they actually do something, President Trump's right, President Erdogan's right, others are right. If I may end with this, though, it was interesting to watch after President Trump left, he encountered, or he mentioned about encountering President Lula in the hallway before he came out. But after he left, he had a bilateral with Carlos Gutierrez, the Secretary General, after he had just laid into the UN. And if you listen or you read his quotes, I like the UN, always wanted to be friendly with the UN, want to work with the UN. The UN's very important. I'm 100% support of the UN. So, your head's spinning around.
And John, just before I do let you go, I just want to ask what your reaction was to some of the things that Donald Trump did say today. He said European countries going to hell because of migration. He also dismissed the climate change crisis as the greatest con job. He said the UN has given him a broken escalator and a broken teleprompter. Do you think the world will react to this as it's just the Trump playbook and no one's really going to be surprised?
On the escalator and the teleprompter, I think they're all saying to themselves, this is karma. If any of the people attending the UN needed a reason to say, I am so happy I was here today, it was broken escalator, broken teleprompter. Now, that was the good news. The bad news is then he started to read. He doesn't like to read. So then he started to riff, and we're into about an hour. His comments, China doesn't do anything with wind energy, where they're one of the largest users, or the, offsets or fraud and all this sort of stuff. This is where Donald Trump has this relevance, and that is, you look back at 2016 in his campaign in this first term, he would say outrageous things, but within the outrageousness, there's usually something that people will say, yeah, that makes sense. I just wish he would then shut up after he says that. And now he talks about immigration. Most countries agree that borders need to be strong, that illegal immigration is bad, but it's just how he then goes and explains it that it goes a tipping point. And this is part of where he says the UN isn't working. They'll agree with him. On climate issues, climate change is expensive to handle. It's expensive to deal with. And so he raises some of these questions where parts of them make real sense. It's then when he starts going in, yes, immigration, we need to control our borders. And then he'll go in and define immigrants as, terrible and dirty and everything else. So he tips it over. And that's the challenge for these people, is pulling apart some of what he says, which makes sense to most members, and discarding the stuff that, this is Mr. Chaos, Mr. Wacko, and, Mr. Just Nut Job. And you want to just go and wash your hands when he's done.
Can I tell you something, John? I think he did a really good job without teleprompter. I don't think I could have done that if my teleprompter broke. And also, Donald Trump, always a little bit of showbiz sparkle. John Cavalage, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. Trump lashes out at the UN General Assembly, claiming he ended 7 wars while questioning its role in world affairs. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan strike a historic defence deal, with Pakistan hinting its nuclear arsenal could extend to Riyadh. And Trump slams Europe for buying Russian energy and warns the US may hit Russia with new tariffs. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The rail deal is coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, let's find out more now about the possible impact of this Fed decision on the Saudi economy. I'm here in the studio with Jamil Ahmed, who is a global markets commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Not the first time we've spoken. Great to have you back. So we've seen the US central bank finally making that decision after a lot of pressure, a lot of speculation, and calls from the Trump administration as well to cut interest rates. What's taken them so long to do this, do you think? And what impact is it going to have on Saudi Arabia?
Let's start with Saudi Arabia first. If we're looking at the 2030 strategic vision, obviously now we're in the final 5 years of that path. Low interest rates are beneficial for investment. We have so many companies and international expatriates and so forth who are relocating to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, so lower interest rates are a benefit there. We also have the Saudi stock market. As emerging markets and the Saudi Arabian economy and market is opening up, we're seeing tremendous increases in sentiment for the Tadawul and the Saudi Arabian stock market as a whole. That trend's likely to continue now that the US Central Bank has indicated that it will continue to lower interest rates over the upcoming period. In terms of why the central bank waited so long in 2025, we have to remember they were very active in 2024 with multiple interest rate cuts. But actually, it comes down to the Trump administration and the tariff uncertainty. The Fed were always on course to lower interest rates this year. But what's actually put a pause on that button is the tariff uncertainty, which, of course, we had those tariffs that were introduced in April in terms of what the tariff rates would be. But we had so many renegotiations, changing deadlines, and actually the line in the sand in terms of the final figures on what those tariff rates will be didn't come out and be official until August. So the Fed were waiting to see what impact it would have on the US economy, the uncertainty that this would bring on for businesses, and basically the US Central Bank were none of the wiser in terms of knowing what the Trump administration would agree on, like everybody else, all businesses, industries, economies, and so forth. That's essentially why they waited, but it's put some pressure on the central bank. A lot of expectations now that maybe they've moved too late because you've got some softening with US economic data. You've also got some weakness when it comes to US economic industries and so forth. But at the same time, there was nothing the Fed could do but wait to see what the impact would be.
OK, so we've had a weaker US dollar, I think it's fair to say, throughout the course of 2025. And I'm just wondering to myself, and listening to what you're saying there, does that, do you think, bring opportunities to Saudi Arabia?
It does. If you look at the hub now of Saudi Arabia, international events, expos and so forth that are taking place, if you're an international traveller going into Saudi Arabia, you're having tremendous discounts. For example, the euro has strengthened by around 10% and above against the US dollar this year. This means if you're travelling from Europe now to Saudi Arabia, you're basically getting a discount on your visit. At the same time, if you're looking at it from our perspectives of those who actually reside in the Middle East and the GCC, clearly we're not able to send as much money back home as perhaps we were used to, but there's an opportunity here to help the domestic economy grow. If you're looking at the non-GDP government revenues have increased by around they're up 49% above a year ago, where it was 40%. Actually, non-GDP revenues over the second quarter grew by 6.6% on an annualized basis. And with the upcoming Saudi national holiday that's taking place, opportunities for retail sales, consumer spending and so forth, there's opportunities for the likes of us who are expatriates now to help the GCC economies and the Saudi economy grow as well.
Okay, so if supposing the Saudi riyal continues to weaken, then the probability that the dollar is going to continue that trend of weakening as well, what other benefits could we see that translate into for the Saudi economy?
Well, let's look at what's taking place now already. You have an international businesses setting up headquarters, setting up hubs, and continuing to employ in Saudi Arabia. Now that the Saudi currency with the US dollar is in line to continue to weaken, there's more opportunities there through the lower interest rates to continue investing in the local economy, continue to grow international hubs and so forth out of Riyadh. That's a trend that I think is already starting to take place and is more likely than not going to continue, because if you look at the US Central Bank expectations now, we're expecting multiple more interest rate cuts in light with the sudden weakness in US economic data, mainly on the jobs front. But as we know, jobs and consumer spending are such a key element of the US economy. It's the biggest contributor to consumer spending of the GDP. So with that likely to weaken, that means there'll be more focus on lower interest rates, which brings more opportunities to Saudi Arabia because those interest rates will also get lower. And that's more incentive for international businesses to continue investing in the region.
Okay, and obviously the world is deeply interconnected. Just talk us through some of the themes that Saudi investors should watch out for during the remainder of 2025 and what this could all mean for the Saudi economy.
Well, we've already mentioned the interest rate expectations. That's going to remain an ongoing theme. What we're looking out for now, though, is we mentioned the uncertainty that the tariffs have brought to the world economy. Now that we actually have those tariff rates being finalized and some key negotiations are taking place with certain economies, we're going to start to see how this is impacting economic data. Because at the moment, all we've had over the past 6 months is uncertainty. Naturally, for the world economy, uncertainty is never a benefit. However, now that we have those tariff rates that are being finalized, and some are actually being finalized at much lower tariff levels than what was threatened in early April, this means the economic sentiment should start to improve in light with continuity. And this is something I think will also bring opportunities to the GCC and the Saudi economy, because you've already got so many businesses that are setting up hubs here. That's going to continue. But if we have a more stable global economic environment, naturally this brings more stability to the economic sentiment in the region as well.
Okay, time for you to get your crystal ball out and give us an outlook for the rest of the year 2025 and in turn how you think whatever you're going to tell us will impact the Saudi economy.
Essentially what we're looking for now is more continuity, because 2025 has been very much up in the air, and it's been like watching a TV drama and so forth, seeing so many plot twists, we're seeing so many narratives change. Now we're going to start to get more of a steady ship. This steady ship is therefore going to be more about promoting economic continuity for everybody. But for the region too, this is going to be a benefit because businesses can now begin to, I would say, anticipate what 2026 and the final 5 years of the 2020s are going to bring. Of course, this naturally fits in with the 2030 vision, where there's a lot of ambitions, but those ambitions are going to be, I would say, more in line to be met with global economic sentiment being more stable.
Okay, and just lastly, I wanted to ask you about gold, because it's had a pretty eventful year, hasn't it? I mean, up about 40% since the start of the year. I think 1 ounce is now at about $3,600 US. Do you expect the frenzy to continue?
Yes, I do. And actually, if you look over the past 5 years, gold is close to double in value. Of course, the past 1 year has brought tremendous opportunities in gold, but now we're hitting more all-time highs after all-time highs. We've got so many records here that I think we're losing count of how many milestones being met. Essentially, if you look at a couple of different factors here, you have central bank expectations are going to continue to get weaker for interest rates. Naturally, this has historically benefited sentiment towards gold. Also, if you're looking at specifically at the Fed and that pressure that they're under to cut interest rates, there's doubt now that the Fed moved too late. because you're already seeing economic data weaken, although that's not the Fed's problem because of the tariff uncertainty. Nonetheless, as you're getting the Trump administration starting to nominate more and more members into the Federal Reserve Committee as voting members too, there's going to be more public pressure on lower interest rates, which means a weaker US dollar sentiment. It means a more beneficial sentiment for emerging markets and so forth. But also this benefits gold. So I think that, yes, we haven't hit the end of I would say the light's still at the end of the tunnel in terms of seeing more historic highs ahead.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. Always a pleasure talking to you. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the center of government and administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, And one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Doi Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
John, thank you so much for having us here in this lovely place. I remember when I came back in October 2023, and you expected, when you were first welcoming the visitors, you expected around more than 300,000 visitors in the first year of operations. Did you manage to achieve that?
Well, I'll remind you that the 300,000 is when we complete the first phase of the Red Sea, which is just about there. We're about to open the balance of the first phase. We've probably achieved about 50,000 in a typical year. So this year we'll expect 50,000 visitors because we've only opened up 5 hotels. But watch this space. As we open up Shura, that 300,000 will happen next year.
And what are the nationalities of the visitors?
Well, interestingly enough, we get roughly half of our visitors are Saudis and regional, and then the other 50% are coming from overseas. And we have obviously a lot of Europeans, but we've had people from as far away as Australia, Sao Paulo in Brazil, so a real mix of nationalities that are coming to experience the wonders of the Red Sea, which is consistent with what our original plan was. We expected a 50-50 split, and we're more or less there now.
And John, what is the occupancy rate, the average occupancy rate of the 5 resorts that are operational?
So on average, we're around 40%. That's sort of where we're trending right now. But it's a growing story because as we've opened more resorts, there's been more attention paid to the destination. Shebara in particular has created global attention. And so we're seeing week on week, month on month growth in our visitors and the occupancy.
Would the number be higher if the prices were lower? I mean, some might argue that the prices are too high. Don't get me wrong, the resorts are beautiful. I've visited 2 of them and they're really exceptional and beautiful, but the prices are very high. The starting ticket is around 7,000-8,000 riyal per night. So are you considering offering rooms at a much lower rate?
So we're unashamedly expensive, right? When we compare the product against global benchmarks, it's not expensive. It's comparable to the best of the Maldives resorts and other global benchmarks that one would consider. But, you know, the intention is ultimately to provide a much broader offering to offer to the greatest number of visitors, and the opening of Shura, which is why we're here today, is going to do that. So as we open up the Red Sea Edition where we are today and the many other hotels on Shura, that price point, that average price point will get down into the mid-2000s. And I think that just opens up the addressable markets.
John, let's discuss the residential units. Did you start selling units? And again, where is the demand coming from?
So the answer is yes. We started selling residential. We announced the first of the residential offerings earlier this year. To date, we've sold about $1.5 billion in residential sales, but we have $2 billion in pending deals. So the demand is coming largely from our domestic, the Saudi people, but we're also getting a lot of interest from foreign nationals. And with the recent announcement of the change in the foreign ownership laws, we see that number increasing dramatically.
And what's the average selling price?
So the average selling price on our rate per square meter is around 70,000 SAR per square meter, which is a little bit on the high side. But again, the offering is so unique. If you compare what we offer, it's the best of the best in terms of beachfront properties in a pristine environment and of the highest quality. So I think the demand is there clearly because we're achieving great sales. So I'm very confident in that.
So you're getting revenues now from the sales, from the residential units, and you're getting revenues from operating 5 hotels. What is the total value of your revenues?
So look, by the end of this year, for our first full year of operations with only 5 resorts, we should be in and around 500 million SAR in revenue.
And
excluding the residential, obviously.
Up until now, you have spent around 42 billion riyal on the Red Sea project alone. How much do you expect to spend more on the project upon completion by 2030?
So I think right now we're in around 120 billion for what we're currently working on, and I think that number will go over, well over 200.
This is just for the Red Sea or
Red Sea and
Amala?
Yeah, both projects.
And speaking of Amala, when do we expect Amala to welcome visitors?
The end of this year. So we had a busy year on our hands. Mm-hmm. We have 11 resorts here at the Red Sea to open and another 8 resorts at Amala. So between now and the end of the year, and maybe slipping into the beginning, 19 new resorts are going to open, which is pretty remarkable compared to where we are today with 5. So we'll end up with 24 resorts fully open by early next year.
The remaining investment, how would you fund it?
So the investment is a combination of equity from the Public Investment Fund, and we raise conventional debt. You'll be aware of the 14 billion green facility that we achieved back a number of years ago for Red Sea. We're about to secure 6 billion financing for Amala, and we'll tap the capital markets as and when needed. But fundamentally, that's the main capital sources.
And you previously mentioned that you are looking maybe to go public or maybe into even REITs. Is this something that we can see anytime soon?
Well, as I said, our focus today is completing and opening the destination. And so in order to tap the capital markets in a more permanent sense, whether it's a public offering, whether it's the establishment of a REIT, you need to establish a track record of positive cash flow and profit and so on. So the goal right now, open the destination. The next 3 to 4 years will be stabilizing the destination, proving the model and the revenue generating potential of the destination, and then we would consider different types of market offerings. And as we've discussed in the past, the purpose is to either dividend back to our shareholder or recycle the capital so that we can continue to develop more projects within the kingdom and beyond.
Any changes to the original budget of the project?
No. The project,
any cuts?
No. The project continues to grow, and we will continue to deliver on the original vision.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that, there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, and that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Seattle. Seattle's best. Get to know its finest characteristics and what makes it such a unique city that's worth getting to know. For one, Seattle is surrounded by water. It's got a great historic seafaring culture too. You'll find so many water-related activities to do in the city. You can go fishing, sailing, scuba diving, kayaking, paddleboarding, surfing, and commuting by ferry. Next is its coffee. After all, this is where Starbucks was founded in 1971. The city has earned its nickname as Fueled by Coffee. Here, you'll also find Seattle's best, Tully's, Top Pot, Cherry Street, Pete's, Cafe Ladro, Victrola, and Espresso Vivace. Its coffee scene is thriving with commercial, independent, and artisanal espresso roasters and cafes. There can never be too many places to grab a cup of coffee. Here in Seattle, the more coffee places, the merrier. Seattle is also known for its nature parks. Did you know that it's surrounded by about 30 national parks? This means more opportunity for outdoor activity. Seattle is a city where you can find beaches, glaciers, waterfalls, and rainforests. Imagine all that in one place. Meanwhile, it is also known to have a reputation for being a culinary destination. Seattle is home to many critically acclaimed world-class chefs. The city can in fact be considered a farmer's market, locavore, and seafood culture. The people in Seattle usually like to buy food products that's within their area of residence as a way of supporting their neighbors and the natural resources. And last but not least is its culture. Seattle is known to be a place friendly to any race, gender preference, families, you name it. It has in fact gained the title of being one of America's best cities for families. The city has also a remarkable LGBT population. Many of its residents also hold a commendable bachelor's degree or higher. Family-friendly fairs, festivals, markets, restaurants, and activities make it a well-loved city for families to settle in. It's a pet-friendly place too, and you can expect a playground anywhere nearby. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Saudi Arabia and Syria have announced a new chapter in regional healthcare cooperation by launching the Virtual Health Bridge. The initiative connects Syria's health system directly to Saudi Arabia's Saha Virtual Hospital. That's the largest of its kind in the world. And it already delivers more than 51 million consultations every year using AI and telemedicine. To mark the launch, ministers from both countries gathered at the Saudi Ministry of Health, where the very first Syrian patient received remote treatment live through the Saha Virtual Hospital system. And speaking to Arabiya English, Saudi Health Minister Fahd Abdurrahman al-Jalajil explained that this link gives Syrian patients access to rare specialties and cutting-edge digital services, improving care in ways that weren't possible before.
We're glad today to really announce the start of the virtual hospital between Dimashq and Riyadh. We were glad today to see between Dimashq and Riyadh multiple consultants really consulting around one case, and we're happy that the virtual hospital will extend the cooperation in multiple disciplines. I was really happy to see His Excellency and the Minister of ICT in Syria both joining forces in establishing a better services and really linking the digital link between the two hospitals. This link will open multiple consultation between workforce in Syria and workforce in Saudi around different cases. All the subspecialty in Saudi is in the hands of our health minister in Syria. Any subspecialty requested from King Faisal, King Fahad, King Abdulaziz will be available through that link. So we'll be adding more disciplines into this care, and we're extending from a single hospital currently in Dimashq to multiple hospitals, inshallah.
The two sides also signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen Syria's healthcare system. The agreement focuses on digital health, AI-driven treatment, and crisis management, aiming to make services more resilient and sustainable. Looking ahead, the minister said this partnership is only the beginning as Saudi Arabia plans to expand digital health cooperation, build technical capacity, and share expertise, with Syria now seen as a key partner in this vision for regional healthcare resilience. For now, this digital link is seen as the foundation of a long-term collaboration. Joanne Soria, Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambience of the place and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special interview. In recent days, the US President Donald Trump has raised the issue of the Bagram airbase in Afghanistan. While writing on his Truth Social platform, President Trump told the Taliban leadership to hand back control of the airbase to those who built it, namely the United States. Well, Bagram is the largest airbase in Afghanistan, and it was central to the US-led war effort in the country. But US and NATO troops pulled out of Afghanistan in July 2021, and then the Taliban took back control. Well, in today's exclusive interview, we're going to be discussing that and more with Zabihullah Mujahid, who is a spokesperson for the Taliban government. Mr. Mujahid, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. A couple of months ago, in an interview with Al Arabiya, you mentioned contact with the United States about reopening your country's embassy in Washington. You expressed a desire for good relations with the US. Has there been any progress on that front?
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When two countries are in contact, progress must come from both sides. We have made efforts so that relations between Afghanistan and the US can return to normal, including matters related to the embassy as well as trade and investment. There have been meetings and exchanges, but so far the issue of the embassy and relations has not reached a final outcome. But Afghanistan has fulfilled its responsibilities in this regard.
Following on from the recent deadly earthquake in your country, we've seen greater openness towards engagement with the Afghan government. Do you see this as an opportunity to press for the lifting of US sanctions?
In our view, every opportunity should be used to improve relations between countries. Afghanistan seeks good relations with the United States and with all other nations. We want issues between us to be resolved diplomatically. But I stress again, this is a two-way street, not a one-way path. The Americans must also show flexibility, seriousness, and willingness to establish good ties with Afghanistan.
Now, last week in London, the US President Donald Trump said he was working to get back the Bagram airbase in Afghanistan, adding, we're trying to get back Bagram because they need things from us. What things was he referring to, do you think? And what exactly do you want from Washington?
There are two issues here which we need to separate. First, Afghanistan does indeed need good relations, foreign investment, including from the US, and a trustworthy diplomatic environment, where both countries can interact based on their national interests. Second, regarding Bagram, Bagram is part of Afghanistan's territory. It is no different from any other piece of Afghan land. We will never agree to bargain away or hand over any part of our country. Afghans are extremely sensitive about occupation, and no Afghan will ever allow their land to be taken or controlled by outsiders, not even an inch. The Americans must understand this sensitivity. Our people will not accept foreign troops exercising authority over any part of Afghanistan. We heard Trump's remarks and we responded. We issued a statement urging them to consider the reality on the ground and make realistic, rational decisions.
Now, do you interpret President Trump's comments about linking the return of Bagram to your demands as a signal that perhaps he may be willing to open a new chapter with your country?
The matter of our demands is a separate issue. Afghanistan does not and will never put forward any demands that involve relinquishing part of its territory in return. No such request has been made from our side, nor is there any need for it.
So why do you think President Trump is raising the issue of Bagram right now? And what do you think is driving the timing of this demand?
This is tied to US policy toward Afghanistan. Previously, we thought Trump was using such language mainly against his political rival, Joe Biden. But his recent emphasis suggests this is tied to their broader national strategy, and that is worrying. We reiterate, Afghans will never hand over any part of their country to another state. Past strategies of occupation failed, and this one will fail as well.
Now, President Trump has also warned that, quote, bad things are going to happen if Bagram is not returned to US control. How do you view remarks like those?
For 20 years under US occupation, Afghanistan experienced bad things. Not for a day, but continuously for 2 decades. The Americans should not forget that bad actions trigger bad reactions. In the end, they were forced to withdraw their troops from Afghanistan. Afghanistan is not a country that can be occupied or subdued. They should engage with Afghans politically, diplomatically, and rationally.
Well, President Trump himself has said that talks are currently underway between the US and Afghanistan about Bagram. Can you confirm whether any such talks have happened? And is Afghanistan open to negotiations with Washington on this issue?
Bagram is highly sensitive. We will not discuss it with anyone. Current talks between Afghanistan and the US have been about releasing prisoners and about American economic investment in Afghanistan. These are the issues that have been discussed with their representatives.
And when you talk about releasing prisoners, are you talking about Afghans that are held in the United States?
There were Afghans imprisoned in the US, and there were Americans detained in Afghanistan. This has been the subject of negotiations between the two sides.
Now, Zakir Jalali, an official at the Islamic Emirates Foreign Ministry, wrote on social media that, quote, the Afghan people have never accepted the presence of foreign troops on their soil, but the avenues for political and economic relations should remain open. Now, do we read this as openness to dialogue on the subject of Bagram?
No. Mr. Jalali expressed a personal opinion, not the official position of the Islamic Emirate. But once again, Bagram is not up for discussion. Our talks with the US and others are focused on economic and diplomatic ties.
Now, according to media reports, there have been talks between Afghan and American officials on the subject of counterterrorism. Now, is there a link between these discussions and President Trump's demands about Bagram? And do they suggest that sanctions could be lifted?
Once again, I emphasize, our talks are about establishing good bilateral relations based on mutual interests. They are not about Bagram or any other part of Afghan territory. That is not under discussion, nor will it be.
Now, President Trump has voiced concern about China's influence in Afghanistan, saying that one reason he wants the Bagram airbase back is because it's just, quote, an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. How do you respond to that? And does President Trump linking Bagram to China factor into your decision-making?
No. Afghanistan pursues a balanced, economy-centered foreign policy. Just as we want relations with China, we also want ties with the US. Just as we want ties with Russia, we want ties with Europe. Afghanistan will not allow its territory to become a battlefield between rival powers. As for Bagram, it is Afghan soil. We have already said, Bagram is no different from any other part of Afghanistan. We will never allow it to belong to anyone, not to China, not to the US, not to any other power. And the claim that Bagram is just an hour from China is false. In reality, it is hours away by air from China. They have received incorrect information.
Okay, thank you for that. And just finally, how do you see the future of Afghan-US relations in light of all these recent developments?
As I said earlier, Afghanistan has already taken the necessary steps for relations. The progress that needs to be made from our side has been made. It now depends on how the US responds. If they value rationality, diplomacy, and economic cooperation, Afghans are ready to build good relations with them, as we seek with other countries. But if they insist on Bagram, coercion, or occupation, then Afghanistan has its own position. Just as we held our stance during the past 20 years, defending our country, our national honor, and our people's values was our only duty then, and it will remain our duty in the future.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Zabihullah Mujahid, a spokesperson for the Taliban government. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya English. And thanks to you for watching. Do stay tuned.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to Counterpoints. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up on the show tonight, the shocking killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk has ignited a global firestorm. It's triggered backlash, a cancel culture reckoning on the left, and what many are calling the greatest free speech debate of a generation. Thanks to our panellists who join us tonight: Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, Pastor Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor, and British political activist Femi Olawole. Thank you all so much for your time. I'd like to start with you, Femi. Do you think it was justified for some people to celebrate Kirk's death?
So for me personally, my position was I was indifferent. I do not care, because the man was an evil man. And quite frankly, anybody who has expressed sorrow for Charlie Kirk's death but hasn't expressed sorrow for the many people who have been victims of Charlie Kirk's kind of policies. For example, the 80,000 people who've been killed in Gaza because of a genocide that Charlie Kirk supported, the people who die from gun deaths, 30,000 people who die from gun deaths every year in America. And Charlie Kirk is somebody who once said that those deaths are a worthy sacrifice in the name of the Second Amendment. If you have not wept for those people, weeping for Charlie Kirk means that you value the perpetrator's life over the victim's life.
I'm going to turn to you, Pastor. You knew Charlie Kirk. You spoke to him the day before his murder. What was your reaction to Femi's points there?
Well, I mean, listen, I mean, he has a right to his opinion, and I'm not here to insult him, but I think, the reality of it is no one should ever celebrate the death of a person being killed. Now, I understand that he said he was indifferent, and he has a right to believe what he believes. I do agree that, and I think Charlie actually agreed, as it's coming out even more towards the end of his life, that he too was supporting, or at least beginning to speak out against the atrocities of what's happening to those in the Gaza. And so he's been on record communicating that, and I can even tell you behind the scenes that was one of the conversations that was happening. And yes, we do need to understand, I do support Israel's right to be a nation, and I think that Hamas should be assassinated, killed, destroyed, because they are offering a lot of death and destruction. But you should never, ever celebrate the death or the assassination just because of their voice. I mean, what happens to the First Amendment? It's not Charlie Kirk's voice, Pastor, that caused the death of, it's not Charlie Kirk's death or Charlie Kirk's words, that caused what took place in Gaza. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's word that caused Hamas to go and rape and kill and murder innocent people in Israel. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words, Pastor, to do that. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words to call for the death of America by Iran and for the Houthis to kill and massacre American interests. So these things are very much real. I do agree with you. We have to take a look at the inhumane things that are happening to the innocent people in the Gaza. There's a lot of innocent people. We should destroy Hamas? Yes. But to what extent should the innocent people of the Gaza should be harmed the way they are? So Charlie Kirk's words didn't do that.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Anna. I just want to let Femi respond.
So it's funny that you should draw the line, it's wrong to celebrate somebody's death. Have you seen the video of Charlie Kirk saying how, I used to joke about how people in Palestine would throw gay people off of buildings, but they haven't got any high buildings anymore, stupid Muslims. That's something he did. Literally celebrating the deaths of people in Gaza, making fun of them, in fact. Now, it's funny that you draw the line of you can't celebrate, but he was happy to celebrate the deaths of innocent people, 80,000 innocent people. And the thing is, for me personally, I take the position of I'm indifferent. I don't care that he died. However, that is a privilege, because me personally, I'm okay. I've got my job. I'm not in poverty. I'm not being shot at by police that were fueled by the racism that Charlie Kirk purported. I'm not somebody in Gaza who fears the bombs that were paid for by a regime that Charlie Kirk supported. So I have the privilege of not feeling the need to celebrate that death. However, if I was celebrating the death of somebody who supported policies that endanger your life, feels like a pretty human reaction.
I've seen on X, Anna, you've come out and you've condemned those on the left who have celebrated Charlie's death. Are you shocked by the level of extremism from those on the left, your own side?
I'm not shocked about the level of extremism on the left because I've experienced it firsthand myself. But I would caution anyone from thinking that those individuals are representative of the entirety of the American left. The fact of the matter is we have a two-party system that I do not believe accurately represents the entirety of the left or the right. There are obviously significant variations. You know, policy-wise, I clearly fall on the left, but I would not in any way celebrate the assassination of any political figure, any pundit, mainly because I value human life, number one, and I don't think anyone should be targeted and assassinated over their political speech, regardless of how abhorrent or how much I disagree with it. And to be sure, I certainly did disagree with Charlie Kirk's stances, political views. But what I appreciated about Charlie Kirk was that he provided a platform to anyone who was willing to debate these topics with him, including myself. And so on multiple occasions, he and I had political debate. We had dialogue. We exchanged ideas. And that is what this country needs in order to heal. As far as the Gaza situation goes, I also agree with the pastor in that, you know, Charlie Kirk certainly said some pretty horrific things about Muslims and the Palestinian people. But in recent months, it was very clear to me that he was starting to perceive what was going on in the Middle East in a much more nuanced way. And he was willing to look at the evidence and potentially change his opinions. And I'll also say that as someone who's been on camera since I was literally 20 years old, I myself have said things in my early 20s, in my mid 20s, even in my early 30s that I do not feel great about, that I've changed my mind about. And, you know, for the gentleman in the UK, I understand where you're coming from in regard to just being horrified by some of the things that Charlie Kirk is on the record saying. But at the same time, I think you need to think about what this could lead to in the United States, what a political assassination could lead to. Currently, the Trump administration, in my opinion, is currently exploiting the injustice that occurred in regard to Charlie Kirk and using it to take control of the media and essentially violate the constitutional rights that Americans have to free speech. I'm very much concerned about that. And so this could lead to the situation on the ground devolving further in the United States. We need to protect free speech at any and all costs.
So just
let
two
me
quick
just
points.
Piggyback on that because
how do you respond, Femi?
Piggyback on that. Well, let me just respond to her point of view, and this is Pastor Burns here. And let me just say this. Number one, I want to agree with her. Again, I'm one of those people. The president calls me his pit bull. He knows that, you know, I'm deep MAGA. I believe in the America First agenda, but also, it was just why my opinion changed about Ukraine. I was against Ukraine, but then when I went to Ukraine, my opinion changed about Ukraine. Number one, let's just be clear. I do believe Israel has a right to be a nation, but at the same time, I do not agree with the atrocities that are happening to those in the Gaza. It is an apartheid movement that is happening. I am very conservative. I'm very strong Republican. And this is the first time I'm saying this on camera. But right is right, wrong is wrong. And I do not think that people who are being massacred, who don't even have a way to defend themselves, should be bombarded and bombed and starved. And I think that's what Charlie was headed to. You cannot be a true believer, a true man of God, and see the evil that has happened to innocent people. We're not talking about Hamas. We're not talking about the government institution that has pushed and aged and that really caused this to happen to their people. But we're talking about the innocent people that are dying. I posted a video a couple of days ago of a boy, a special needs boy who's a Palestinian, and he's been beaten while he's chained to a wall. These kind of atrocities that are happening, that are happening to innocent people. You can't be a man of God or a Christian like Charlie said he was, and he was, because I knew him personally. To see that, yes, I believe in Israel. They're America's greatest supporter, but you cannot turn a blind eye to the innocent people who are not Hamas. The little boys that are carrying buckets of water while bombs are dropping, they don't look like Hamas to me. They look like little boys who just want to be little boys and little kids. And so, Charlie, in the end of his life, began to see the same things that many of us who are strong Israel supporters, but at the same time, you cannot turn a blind eye to the evil that is happening. And I don't care whether they're Muslims, because there are Christians in the Gaza. There are Jews in the Gaza. That there are not just Muslims in the Gaza.
Allow Femi in, Pastor.
Their race or their religion is. We got
Thank
to
you,
care about
Pastor,
people.
for saying that.
There you go, Femi.
Have you heard the phrase, a person is not who they were in the last conversation they had with you, they're who they've been throughout their entire relationship? There's nothing substantially that's changed in the last couple of months that would make you suddenly realize that indiscriminately bombing the homes of 2 million people suddenly is a bad thing. The only thing that could possibly have changed is the political situation, because he watched 80,000 people get murdered.
No,
he was totally okay with that.
That's not true. When you start receiving proper information and you're not being led by propaganda, you receive
allow me to
new
finish.
Information.
I'll let you speak for a very long time. I'll let you speak for a very long time.
It's not about politics. It's about people.
I'll let you speak for a very long time.
Well, just be clear. It's not about politics. It's about people.
Nothing concretely has changed in the last few months. Israel has been saying the same things it's been saying since the start about how everybody in Gaza is responsible. That's from President Herzog, that they're human animals, that it's civilians that are tied to the actions of Hamas as well. This has been genocidal from day one. Most people knew that. That's why most people in the UK fundamentally oppose what Israel is doing, has been calling for a ceasefire for almost 2 years now. But the fact is, that is the position that Charlie Kirk took. He tweeted about how say no to Gazan refugees. He showed zero compassion for the people whose murder he supported. Now, to suggest that he is a good person and that we should pretend that just because he's died or because he changed his mind in the final few months of his life, suddenly we should look at him differently? No. A person who isn't who they were in the last conversation you had with them, they're who they've been.
I'm not here to change your opinion about
Well,
Charlie
he didn't
Kirk.
really have much of a chance to show us how much his mind changed, right?
His ability to die. You should not be celebrating that he was killed. He's got kids, right? He has a wife. I don't care whether he was the KKK or a Black Panther leader. You shouldn't be celebrating. People didn't like Dr. King. They didn't like the fact that he wanted black and white people coming together.
And just there to both of you, it was thousands of people on the left have lost their jobs.
That people should not be losing their job. I disagree with that. Let me tell you why. Because we have the First Amendment. And this is what I've been saying publicly. If you start going after people and attacking people for the things that they say, they're going to eventually do the same thing back to us. And that is destroying what America is. Idi Amin, let me say this and I'm going to stop talking. Idi Amin, the former dictator of Uganda, said this. And I believe this is where we're headed in America. Because he said this infamously. He said, listen, we believe in freedom of speech. You have a right to speak freely. So we believe in freedom of speech, but I cannot guarantee freedom after the speech. And that's what he said in Uganda, who viciously murdered and killed so many of his own people. That's where I feel like we're headed to. I don't think no one should celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I spoke to him the day before. What did I talk about? I talked about him using the word white Ukrainian, the white woman, the white woman. It was about the Ukrainian woman. And he kept saying white woman. A white woman was murdered. Another white woman was murdered. I said, Charlie, these words, and this is how I talked to him, Charlie, they could be inflammatory words concerning race relations, right? And we already at a heightened race relation. I'm a strong Trump supporter. I have not changed that. I'm a strong conservative. But when we keep using words that can be essentially dog whistles to potential people, I don't believe Charlie Kirk was this person, but it can be a signal to those who do believe in these racist comments. That's the word that I have.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor. Allow Femi to respond.
I wasn't finished my statement. So the reality of this, I'm telling you my position, Pastor, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor.
Charlie's death, absolutely not. And anybody who celebrates Charlie's death, that is evil and wrong from the gates of hell, and it should not be coming out.
Allow Femi to respond.
But that's just who Charlie Kirk was. He said that he wouldn't be able to trust a black pilot. He'd get nervous if he saw a black pilot when he stepped onto a plane. He talked about moronic black lesbians. He's been a racist.
We spoke about this. We spoke about this.
So he's been a racist since the start. And
I believe
you may have called it out, but that's who Charlie Kirk was.
Stance on same-sex marriage. But I disagree with some of the phraseologies that was used regarding race.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Instead of raising people.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
We're talking about celebrating the death and the assassination.
This is a conversation.
That's bull crap, and it should not be coming out of nobody's mouth. Watching that man's neck bleed out on live television for the whole world to see,
Okay,
and you celebrating that. I don't think you should be fired over.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Over it because it's the first.
Okay, Pastor.
But you should be able to. But shame on you for even believing or thinking that.
We've had your time. I'd like Femi to respond.
So, as Anna was saying, the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death were not the majority of people on the left. Most people just were frankly indifferent and took a bit of offense at the idea that more airtime has been devoted to his death than for the people whose deaths he supported, especially given that there was a school shooting on the same day that he died. As for the issue of the discussion we're having in terms of the pen versus the sword, i.e., are we in favor of free speech and democracy and things working by ideas rather than through violence? Let's be really clear on the MAGA that Charlie Kirk was behind. Donald Trump literally told the Proud Boys, a white supremacist violent group, to stand back and stand by. He urged people to take their country back just after he lost the election, leading to 5 deaths in the Capitol. He then admitted that was an utterly wrong and those people should be brought to justice. And then as soon as he got power again, he released 1,500 terrorists. And within 6 days, one of them had already died because of an altercation at a traffic stop. He deliberately released terrorists, not to mention the fact that he actually called for one of the governors, I believe it was, to find an extra 1,100 votes in order to win the previous election against Biden. This is somebody who does not care about the process of democracy, who will take power by force. So for him to say that we should all be just using our words and respect the principle of free speech, no, he's banning people like Jimmy Kimmel, Steve Colbert. Anybody who criticizes him has to be silenced. These are people who do not respect free speech at all.
Think Jimmy Kimmel
May I respond to that?
I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should have
been fired.
Of course. First of all,
we'll just let Anna respond, Pastor, please.
Should not have been fired. I don't think that. But President Trump
please go on, Anna.
The American people elected him.
Pastor, please.
You're confusing the American people. Let me just say this real quick, and I'm going to be quiet. The American people elected Donald Trump. He did not elect himself, nor did he steal an election like they did in 2020. The American people elected.
Okay, Pastor, allow Anna to respond, please. Pastor.
Coming from the mouths of people
Pastor,
like you,
stop,
sir,
please.
We still elected him.
Okay. Anna.
Okay, I don't want to adjudicate or re-adjudicate past elections, but I will say this. I agree with much of what Femi had to say here, and the pastor is really coming across as rather reasonable and is willing to say what he disagrees with in regard to what the Trump administration has done. Pastor, is there any possibility for you to go back and advise President Trump, because he could really use your advice at this moment? And look, I just think the one area where I have a disagreement here is that people are allowed to grow and change. And we never had an opportunity to see whether Charlie Kirk's views on Gaza were in fact really changing, if he was really evolving on that issue, or whether he was really evolving on, Palestinian people. And to rob him of his life obviously is wrong. I wouldn't say that I was indifferent after he was assassinated. I actually felt deep sadness, because to me, that was a sign of deep cowardice among a group of people in this country who don't think that they can articulate their ideas effectively enough to persuade the American people to side with them. We have to foster an environment of healthy debate, of mutual respect, even if, and I really do mean this, even if our political opponents meet us with, angry rhetoric that we find abhorrent. I think that it is up to us to be better than that and fight ideas that we disagree with. And to be sure, Charlie Kirk had all sorts of ideas that I vehemently disagreed with, but I was ready and willing to get in the ring with him and really duke it out through our words, through our dialogue, and through our debate. And one other thing I'll just add about Charlie Kirk's political ideology and this tug of war that was going on in regard to his views on Israel and Gaza, you have to keep in mind, the big donors behind Turning Point USA are huge Israel supporters, big time Zionists. At the same time, though, young conservatives in this country under the age of 30 are decidedly against Israel, especially as a result of the genocide happening in Gaza. So Charlie Kirk really found himself in this difficult tension where his donors were pressuring him to toe the line in support of Israel at any and all costs, while young conservatives are really waking up to the reality of what's going down in the Middle East. And so I think that was what was pressuring him or forcing him to really reconsider his political views. But again, we never got a chance to see who Charlie Kirk might have become, what he might have believed, because his life was robbed from him. And I think that's wrong.
Just to clarify, I am indifferent to his death, but I fundamentally oppose his murder because it is bad for democracy. As for what you've just said about Charlie Kirk's motivations and the donors who are massively pro-Israel, the picture you've just painted is one where the money was telling him to support Israel, but he realized that the politics of his voter base, his supportership, was anti-Israel. So that's not somebody who's come to some moral decision. That's somebody who's made a financial decision at first and then a political decision afterwards. That is not a moral person.
Well, I know
possibly,
Charlie,
but we don't know. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I know Charlie, and I knew Charlie. Excuse me, and I worked with Charlie. I've spoken at many of his turning point events. Again, I will be at this Memorial Sunday. The point of it is, I can tell you, he's a lot like me, right? We're pit bulls, we're bullheaded. Once we believe in something, we believe in it. But once we receive new information, once we receive, our conviction is real. I'm not here to play sides. When I went to Ukraine and I told the president all the devastation that was happening when nobody was talking positive about Ukraine, when Zelensky was just kicked out of the White House. And then the next week I am in Kyiv unexpectedly. And I began to share the evil that happened at the hands of the Russians. I didn't stand on what was popular. I stood on what is right. And Charlie has those same kind of principles. We disagreed concerning some of his messaging concerning race. But we stand on simpler principles concerning our faith in Christianity and our belief in the American dream, supported by what we still believe the greatest president in our lifetime, President Trump. So when you attack President Trump, you're really attacking the millions of Americans that voted him in. And you're speaking like Donald Trump is a dictator who forced himself to be here. No, his ideals are the ideals of America, who America is today. So you don't insult Donald Trump without insulting America itself as a nation.
I'd just like to move on to our next segment. Moving on to our next topic in this conversation, Jimmy Kimmel has had his show pulled by ABC for speaking out against Charlie Kirk on air. I'd like to go to you, Anna. Was ABC right to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show?
I do not believe that they were right. In fact, if they in any way valued our democracy and the protection of free speech, they would not have allowed the FCC commissioner to bully and pressure them to get rid of Kimmel. And I say that because Nexstar and Sinclair, these are like the two parent companies. They own a bunch of the major channels that would air Kimmel's show. Well, Nexstar has a $6 billion merger coming up that needs to be approved by the FCC. So just to make sure that they're in smoother waters, they decided to throw one of their, stars under the bus to ensure that they'll be able to get that merger deal. So I'm angry that they are willing to not just sell Kimmel out, but sell out the American people, because make no mistake about it, allowing the government to pressure any network or any channel or anyone in the media to get rid of a pundit or a comedian or any type of talent who is critical of the Trump administration or who is critical of the government really sets a dangerous precedent. And this isn't the first time it's happened. Obviously, it happened with, 60 Minutes. It happened with CBS. And it's scary. It is scary because, look, if ABC decided on their own that Kimmel's statements they went like above and beyond what is acceptable following a political assassination, and they decided to suspend them themselves, I actually would have no problem with it. I did not like what Kimmel had to say. I'm just going to be honest. However, the government has no place in censoring speech, and essentially Nexstar is allowing for or facilitating this effort of the federal government to get rid of people who are critical of the federal government. It sets a bad precedent, and I would feel the same way if this was a Democratic administration doing the same to a conservative speaker.
How do you respond, Pastor?
Well,
should Kimmel have lost his job?
I I don't think he should have lost his job. Let me just say this. I think what Kimmel said was distasteful. It was foul. It was evil. It is the typical leftist that makes fun of those of us who are on the conservative right. And I've been the joke, the pun joke of many of those type of jokes, and they're distasteful, and I think that they're just evil. Having said that, I don't think that he should be fired. I think it's a slippery slope that we have it in America. The First Amendment right has been the bedrock of our Constitution, and whether you agree with it or not, a person should have a right. I don't think he was criticizing the Trump administration, so I want to be very clear about that. And I don't think it's the pressure of President Trump at all. So I want to be clear about that. But at the same time, I think when you look at comedians like Dave Chappelle and other comedians who were attempted to be banned from telling jokes when they spoke about the transgender community and how so many tried to ban and many were banned and blocked or canceled because of joking and being able to express their art. As Dave Chappelle said, it is an art form. And whether you think it's funny or not, it's an art form. But now it's becoming to where you cannot talk about transgenders, or you can't say something about, creating a joke, which I completely think is distasteful, and it just shows his poor character as a man. But you should be able to say what you want to say as long as it's not bringing harm or causing violence or inciting violence to happen. It's a dangerous place, because if we do it to them, meaning we Republicans or conservatives do it to them, they're going to continue to do it back to us. And that's what has happened. We should be able to say what we want to say. It's not just too long ago where pastors in Texas were being requested by a homosexual mayor requesting the notes from what the pastor was speaking in threat of being arrested. That is evil. The pastor should be able to speak what he believed, free speech. And same goes with those who disagree with Charlie Kirk, those who disagree with transgender or agree. We should have a right to say what we want to say, as long as it's not causing violence or inciting violence or causing people to be harmed. Again, I'm still a pit bull for President Trump. I'm still 100% in his corner. I'm still 100% a MAGA pastor and leader. I call myself, I've been called a spiritual diplomat. I meet with heads of states all over the world. But in this regard, I don't think we should be firing people because they may disagree.
Okay, Pastor, I've just got a question for Femi. This one's for you, Femi. As Anna stated, we've seen Disney and the FCC. They've both stepped in. Is this a case of cancel culture turning on the left?
Well, this is the thing. With the examples that the pastor just gave, like Dave Chappelle, or you could also point to Ricky Gervais, who's also said things against trans people, they still have their jobs. They still kept producing special after special, Netflix after special after Netflix special. This cancel culture, they're still hugely successful. Nobody fired them, but people fired Jimmy Kimmel. People fired Steve Colbert. The cancel culture, the actual censorship, is coming from the right. So is this just us finally getting a taste of our own medicine? Well, it wasn't. What's happened here is the chilling effect of the... This is a chilling effect of the Trump administration taking an anti-free speech position, saying that he's going after anybody on the left. And you saw the speech that he gave in the White House about how the people responsible, I hold directly responsible for this, are anybody who calls us fascists or Nazis, even though he's behaving like a fascist and a Nazi. Like he has been deliberately trying to steal power. He tried to get an extra 11,000 votes in order to win the previous election. This is not somebody who respects democracy. But calling Donald Trump exactly what he is apparently makes you complicit in murder. No, it's just stating facts as they are.
How you have Trump deranged syndrome, sir. You just have Trump deranged syndrome. I mean, it doesn't matter what's been said.
By quoting his own words back at
what you believe, and that's your own right. But the reality of it is this. The left most definitely started this cancel culture. Yes, and you may say Dave Chappelle still have his job because he was one of the greatest, if not the greatest comedian that existed, in my opinion. But there's so many others that did get canceled. There are so many others that did lose their jobs.
Them, then.
Their careers are over because of the jokes that they said. And the jokes became like ammunition. And those on the left went after them and shut them down. If you don't believe me, ask Disney. What happened to the girl,
Name them then.
Gina Cavardo, who was the former MMA fighter, who was a character on the Mandarin on Disney, was fired because of her conservative beliefs. There are so many other actors that was fired, sir. So don't sit here and act like Jimmy Kimmel got fired, but Dave Chappelle keeps his job. Nah, so many of the right lost their jobs. So many of the people that was counseled by the council culture started by you people on the left because you forgot the power of the First Amendment. We have a right to say.
Can you name somebody that the audience will actually?
It was wrong
Pastor,
then, and it is wrong now. That's the whole point that I'm making. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now.
Pastor, can you name?
There's a little bit of a distinction, though.
No.
Sorry, there is a bit of a distinction, though, right? I think that what's happening right now is far more insidious because it's the government getting involved. I mean, it is free speech violation 101 when the government gets involved and essentially bullies networks to get rid of critics of the administration. I don't like cancel culture. Let me be clear about that. But I do see it as distinct from what's happening now with the government getting involved. I don't think that you should allow mobs of people to convince employers to fire people that the mobs don't like. But again, that has to do with ordinary private citizens versus the federal government getting involved and bullying networks.
Now, let me just say this, because we're crying over, I agree with you, but the fact is, let me say this, we're crying over Jimmy Kimmel losing his job for being fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for doing the same thing. Dead, whether you agree with him or not. He's not fired. He's dead because of his mouth, because of the things that he said. And I agree with a lot of things Charlie said, and there's some things, as I've already made clear, concerning race that I believe could have been misconstrued by those who are real white supremacists. But the reality of it is Jimmy Kimmel is fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for practicing his First Amendment rights, and that is a very dangerous, slippery slope that we are heading here in America. And
how do you respond, Femi?
Got to say, hey, I don't agree with you, but I won't kill you. I don't agree with you, but I won't counsel you. Do your thing, but let me do mine too. So give and take. That's shit. How do
you respond, Femi?
In America.
It's kind of weird to draw an equivalence between Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Kimmel, because that would imply that the government was responsible for Charlie Kirk being assassinated. No, state censorship is state censorship. This was a private individual who assassinated somebody. He did not have the backing of the left. He did not have the backing of the government. It was just a private individual. It's not censorship. Censorship is when the government impinges on free speech.
We're just going to move on to the next segment. It's been no surprise in the age of social media that Kirk's assassination has sparked wild conspiracy theories from the left to Israel to Nick Fuentes. Even with an arrest and solid evidence, speculation has raged on. I want to come to you, Femi. What do you make of all this speculation?
So I don't know what this person's motivations are, because it's like when you have when you see in those cop shows where you see that the evidence, if it isn't put in the correct bag, then the evidence hasn't followed the correct chain of custody, and so it can't be admissible in court. Unfortunately, the entirety of the evidence gets tainted when it's under an administration that has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence in order to achieve their own political objectives. Now, Donald Trump has explicitly tried to add an extra 11,000 votes to his tally in order to get his political objective, and now he runs the FBI. So it's difficult for me to say. Like, there's the theories about him being a groyper, which is somebody who's aligned with Nick Fuentes, who is somehow even more to the right than Charlie Kirk, which I didn't know was possible, because there's a lot of animosity between the Nick Fuentes lot and the Charlie Kirk lot. So it's feasible, it's plausible, but I don't know. And unfortunately, I feel like we're now in a position where, because everything is tainted by the Trump administration, who has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence when it suits them, I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it.
How do you respond to that, Anna?
I think the one area that's been pretty consistent and clear is that while it doesn't appear that the alleged shooter, that's Tyler Robinson, was deeply political, the one area in which he had become political was on the issue of LGBT rights. And he apparently identified as bisexual, had a partner who was also his roommate that happened to be transgender. And that was the I guess that was the reason in his mind that it made sense to go after Charlie Kirk. He felt that Charlie Kirk was spreading hatred about the LGBT community, about transgender people. And so since Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, the shooter, Tyler Robinson, thought meeting that hate with murder would be the right cause of action or type of action, which I obviously deeply disagree with. I don't think that he was a groyper. There's no indication that he was a follower of Nick Fuentes's. I also don't think that he was like a far leftist. There was nothing in the records, nothing in the Discord chats or the Discord servers that indicated that he was a deeply political person or a leftist. But because of his own personal identity and because of his partner, he was furious with Charlie Kirk and decided to take matters in his own hands in one of the most disgusting ways imaginable.
We've seen an emerging pattern of mass shootings in the US by trans activists. How can the US respond?
Well,
I'm worried. I'm worried about how they're going to respond to it. But sorry, go ahead, Pastor.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, that there's a pattern that is happening. The reality of it is guns don't kill people. Sick people kill people. People who are dealing with mental conditions. And I think that what President Trump should do is do what other psychiatrists and other mental experts have begun to say, is to recognize the transgender movement as a mental condition. That is just that. The gender dysphoria is a real thing, and we should treat it as such. We shouldn't celebrate it. And people like that should be, should receive some type of a help. It's clear that you're just mentioning the several recent different shootings that have taken place, mass shootings that have taken place in America, has been at the hands of those who were either supporters of the transgender movement or was transgender themselves or transitioning to in their own state.
I think there have been seven.
You have to examine that.
Allow Femi to jump in, Pastor.
No, because you guys bring on these shows to talk and debate, and so you want to shut me up. The reality of it is,
allow Femi to jump in, Pastor, please. Pastor, allow Femi to jump in.
Because you don't allow that. You should say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You don't do that. You don't say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You always make me stop in the middle of my sentences and allow somebody else to jump in.
For about 10 minutes.
That's all I'm saying. The reality of it is that there's gender dysphoria.
You've had a lot of time, Pastor.
And it should be examined.
You've had the most time, Pastor. I'm trying to be fair.
There have been, seven. I think there have been less than 7 mass shootings linked to trans individuals in the US's history, whereas there are 30,000 gun deaths per year. There are hundreds of school shootings every year. This is very much linked to guns. We in the UK who don't have guns, we do have knives, but I can't think of a regular occurrence of knifings at schools where lots and lots of casualties. It just doesn't happen anywhere near the scale. So guns are the primary issue, because they allow any disturbed individual to choose to go into a school and do whatever they want. Whereas if you have a knife, it's significantly harder.
Well, let me just say this. You won't stop a bad person from getting guns. We know that in America. You can stop other people from getting guns,
we do.
But even in the UK, you can't stop people. You don't stop bad people from getting guns. You do not.
Yes,
no, you do not.
We don't have mass shootings.
You do not stop.
We don't stop. We don't have mass shootings
happen in the UK. They absolutely
We don't
still
have mass
happen.
shootings here.
You may not have as many mass shootings because, yes, we allow our citizens, because of the Second Amendment, to own guns, to protect themselves. And there are more good people with guns than there are bad people with guns. But the reality of it is, you won't stop a bad person from getting a gun. You're simply empowering them to shoot more and kill more. So no, sir, I disagree with that at all. There's a reason why we have the Second Amendment in America, and I'm proud of it.
If the purpose of the Second Amendment is to allow people to protect themselves, that means the purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect human life. But the very existence of the Second Amendment is the reason why there are 30,000 gun deaths every year, whereas in the UK we do not have mass shootings. So the very purpose of the Second Amendment, according to you, is self-contradictory, because it's the reason that your people are dying.
How do you respond, Pastor?
No, what's preventing burglars from people busting through the door is the reality is that they have a chance of dying to a handgun, of the normal families that live every single day, the people that bust into individuals' homes and they are killed because the individual homeowner is protecting themselves, protecting their children. That's what's the case. Listen, you're not going to stop evil until Jesus comes back. There's going to always be evil. You could take away guns and people you still have murders in the UK.
We don't have mass shootings in the UK.
Dying, and it may not be as high as America, but people are still violently being killed. You still have Syria killers in your country. Can you ban all knives? You know, people are sick because of evil. It is sin. It is from the gates of hell. That's what I was telling Charlie. We shouldn't be talking about the Ukrainian woman as a white woman. We should be talking to her as a woman who was killed viciously, not by a black man, but by evil man, an evil individual that deserves, I believe, unless he gives his heart to Jesus, he needs to go to the gates of hell and be executed as fast as possible. So
allow Femi to respond, please, Pastor.
You accept that the gun deaths in America are significantly higher than in the UK. That means that relative to population size, there'll be a number of people who die because of your attachment to the Second Amendment who wouldn't die if you didn't attach it. So in terms of protecting those people's lives, are you happy for them to die in the name of the Second Amendment, even though it doesn't actually keep people alive? Because as we just established, it is the reason that those people, the difference between the two, are dead.
Shame on you for supporting Charlie Kirk's death because you didn't believe what he believed in. Shame on people like you for supporting Charlie. That's why we on this television show. Shame on you and people like you for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death because you did not agree with what he agreed, what he spoke about. That's what this show is all about. Did I just have a stroke? And this is about people like you who should be called out because that's your character. You believe that folks should die because of what they say. And that is absolutely wrong. And people like you should never be on camera.
How would you respond?
I think that's unfair, Pastor. That's unfair. I don't think at all that Femi believes that or is supportive of what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think the debate about guns is a fascinating debate. I've become more nuanced on it, especially because we have more guns in the United States per capita than any other country, including Somalia. Yes. And so I don't know if the U.S. would ever be able to do or live under the type of system or type of regulations that you have in the UK. And look, as someone who does believe in the Second Amendment, I do believe that Americans should have the right to protect their homes, protect themselves from nefarious people who might want to harm them. I also think that we make it far too easy for the bad guys to get their hands on guns legally and as many guns as they want. So I think that, we do need to have a robust conversation and debate about, common sense gun legislation. But aside from that, we have a very big problem in this country in every single state when it comes to undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues, mental health conditions. People need help. And every time there's a mass shooting, I hear my conservative peers, Republicans, talk about how we need to fund mental health care. But when push comes to shove and that legislation is before them and they can make the right decision in helping their fellow Americans with the mental health care they need, they always vote it down. And so we need to be serious about the solutions. I hear a lot of talking points, but I don't really see much action in regard to what needs to be done.
Just to end on this, Anna, why do you think people have been so quick to doubt the official story? And why do you think that Charlie Kirk was targeted?
Well, as far as the conspiracy theories go, I don't begrudge anyone who immediately starts questioning the official narrative coming from the government. We do have a problem in this country, for good reason, in regard to trust toward our institutions. And it's because our institutions have been deceptive in the past. They have not given us the full story, or they have misled us. And remember, we are coming out of the COVID era where there was quite a bit of misinformation coming from the federal government. So again, I do not in any way begrudge anyone who questions, what the official narrative coming from these institutions happens to be. But at the same time, you have to get a little bit of evidence in order to support what your conspiracy is. So if the conspiracy is that Israel was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk, okay, well, What's the evidence for that? And there really isn't any evidence. So I'm not willing to believe that conspiracy theory unless there's something robust or at least something circumstantial that points in that direction. Right now, there have been Discord chats shared featuring the shooter. One of my friends, who's a wonderful journalist named Ken Klippenstein, was one of the first reporters who got in touch with the childhood friends of the shooter, and as a result had access to the Discord chats in which Tyler Robinson confessed to being the man who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And so that's more evidence in the direction of what's being claimed by, the FBI and by, law enforcement.
We're just out of time. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been a fascinating conversation.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube, X and TikTok.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump lashes out at the UN General Assembly, claiming he ended 7 wars while questioning its role in world affairs. Medical experts push back against Trump's claims that Tylenol is linked to autism, with some describing his comments as dangerous. And comedian Jimmy Kimmel's show is set to return tonight after a 6-day suspension over comments he made about conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and media professional Emma Brain. Thanks for you to both be with us today. It's great to have you both on the show. And Emma, it's your first time, so we look forward to it greatly. But let's start now with Trump's speech at the UN General Assembly. Lots to discuss with you two both, of course, from the president accusing the UN of not living up to its potential, mocking its facilities, breaking and calling climate change a con job. Here's more of just what the president had to say earlier.
What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is
Michael, I actually thought his comments were quite interesting today because, so much was covered in the UN General Assembly speech. It was meant to be 15 minutes. It ended up 55 minutes, a really long speech, lots said. But what stood out to you most?
So, I've said this before, and this is one of the areas where you and I actually agree. Donald Trump does a great job of recognizing and seeing things and pointing them out. His follow-through might not be the best. Yeah. And someone who's played tennis, you can appreciate a bad follow-through. I think he gets half of it right. Do we accept that the UN isn't as powerful as it once was? Absolutely. Do we accept that, as he said, the UN will write a strongly worded letter? Yes. And that's pretty much where it stops. Imagine, though, if instead of criticizing and ending it there, he were to actually come up with some solutions, some ways the UN could be inspired to go forward. If the United States were to up its contributions to the UN, if they were to say, we want you to do more, we want you to take... Donald Trump doesn't want to be the policeman for Europe, for instance. He wants the Europeans to take care of a lot of what they're supposed to be taken care of, in his opinion, and rightly so. But if he were to sort of say to the UN, I want you to be more the world's watchdog, then we'll support that.
And I do hear what you're saying, and Emma, I'm not sure what you think on that topic. But I do think we've also seen those big cuts to UNAID when Donald Trump tried to cut how big and ballooning America's payroll was, and was highly frustrated about the amount of money America was sending to all different countries. And today I still think he was in attack mode when it came into the UN. He's probably thinking, I'm frustrated, I'm doing everything here, why should I always come up with a compromise?
Very much so, and I totally agree with what Michael just said. He's very good at, and as you say, he was very aggressive in his speech, and he was very much on the attack at everybody else. But as Michael said, he's very good at picking fault with everyone else. But what is he doing? He has the power. He's the president of the United States of America. He actually has the power and the ability and the resources to solve a lot of these problems. And instead of pointing the finger at everybody else, he could actually resolve a lot of it. But he chooses not to for whatever reason. It's like the do as I say, don't do as I do
and
mentality.
I guess, yeah, absolutely. And I guess that came up when we look at the Russia war with Ukraine. He basically said it's India and China funding the Russian war machine. The European Union and NATO countries are still buying energy from Russia. They need to stop doing it before I sanction Putin. But hold on, the US is also buying $3 billion of energy plus from Russia. So it seems to be that real concept. Do as I do, not as I say.
And as Emma said, I think that there's a lot of truth in this notion that he comes across with impressive statements, unaware that he's actually more powerful than the UN. So if he wanted to end the war in Gaza today, he could. If he wanted to impose sanctions on the Russians today, he could do that as well. He doesn't seem to recognize that he is the most powerful person who at that General Assembly. Instead, he went from criticizing his predecessor, who he defeated in the last election, well, sort of, at least that ticket, Joe Biden, to the escalators at the UN, to attacking the Europeans and their immigration policy, to talking about so many domestic issues. For instance, he talked about how safe Washington, D.C. is right now. And traditionally, when a leader is standing up speaking at the UN, it's usually international issues that he or she will talk about. Donald Trump sort of just talked about everything he's been talking about for the past 7 months or so since he's been back in office.
Absolutely. But earlier, I actually spoke to Riyadh Kawaji, Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, about how the US is becoming increasingly isolated from its allies when it comes to recognizing a Palestinian state. Take a listen to what he told me.
By linking the US stance to Israel, he is becoming isolated alongside Israel. I mean, this is something that's not good for the US. You know, this is the leader of the Western democracy to be in such a position. You have major Western powers like France, UK, Spain recognizing the Palestinian state. Right now, the US is more and more finding itself among the minority side of the world when it comes to the Palestinian question.
And Emma, that is something that we've been hearing. America is becoming increasingly isolated from its allies in the West who now want to recognize a Palestinian state. Netanyahu is going to be traveling to this UN General Assembly on Friday. Do you think anything at all will come out of it? Do you think we'll see any pressure put on Israel by the president?
Unfortunately, I think we just seem to be going round and round in circles. I mean, you have an organization where one country can veto the vote of everyone else. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. And it seems to be like so many nations are now standing up and recognizing a Palestinian state, almost like a show of force against America. Like, you're going to have to take on the rest of us. But it's like a show of strength and unity to maybe try and force their hand. But I honestly think it's going to make much difference, if I'm brutally honest, because Israel and the US are so intrinsically joined, and that relationship is so strong. I think it's going to be very difficult to break that at any point.
I would actually say it's the United States and AIPAC, you know, the Israeli lobby group that's so intertwined, and Israel is just a beneficiary of that. There are so many Democrats and Republicans who take so much money from that one lobby group that Israel is allowed to get away with so much because you're not going to have American politicians criticizing the Israeli government.
And I think we're back to where we started, what Donald Trump did say. The UN talks about talks and nothing really done. But I want to touch on migration because I thought it was quite interesting what he did say. European countries going to hell because of migration. I thought that was really strong language. And I do think in some respects he has a point. Illegal immigration has become a big topic within European countries. And once again, is Donald Trump trying to make a valid point, but he's just not landing the conversation correctly, because it is a problem.
I mean, look at what he's done in America with regards to illegal immigration. ICE is doing all the deportation and the rounding up and the detainments. He does have a point on that. And like in the UK, we've had the recent Unite the Kingdom protests and all the rest of it against, let's make it clear, against illegal immigration, not against immigration, because that would be ridiculous, quite frankly. He does have a point, and the European countries do need to do something about it because it's a global problem. But I sit there and if I can have a personal opinion, it's like people need to be able to fix their home countries to have a home to stay in. Otherwise, these things wouldn't be happening. We get the economic migrants and all the rest of it. It's a global issue right now. What the solution is, I don't know, but we know it's a problem. But what is the solution to the problem?
And I think Donald Trump didn't give any solutions when we were watching that speech today, but so many governments before the government we have now in place in the UK and various other countries have tried to get the illegal migration issue under control, and they just can't.
Yeah, it is, just as Emma said, it's one of the issues where you want the home country to be able to sort out its situation. But when the home country has been invaded, or when there's a civil war, and then people who want no part of the dying are then left to fend for themselves, they flee to safer ground, safer territory, safer countries. And as a country that is in a safe place, what is it that that country is supposed to do? And this is where I think we almost have to throw the policy out the door, and we have to come up with what is the solution for any country that's going to be dealing with an influx of immigrants, illegal immigrants. That is where I don't know that enough people have open, transparent conversations with the populace to say, this is an issue, we need solutions, but building a wall, for instance, in the United States is not the answer. Rounding up everybody at Home Depot is not the answer. There has to be a more humane way, and maybe this is my personal leftist point of view, sorry, Leigh Ann. This is where I think these situations have to somehow, the conversations have to focus on the people rather than our policy is to, as Stephen Miller said, we want to deport 3 million people a year. That's just not realistic, and it's also putting the ICE agents in harm's way, and I think it's scaring so many people who've been in the States in some cases for 20 or 30 years.
Yeah. And I do think his comments on climate change were very interesting. And he went on about climate change quite a lot. He said it's the greatest con job, and it was all a green scam. Once again, I do think he was trying to make the point that green energy is extremely expensive. It's something we need to look at. Many people have said this, but once again, it just didn't quite land correctly. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people will be outraged by this because scientists do say climate change is real, and now we're getting another point of view. And we talk about migration, and a lot of that could be put down to climate change in certain regions where they're now seeing flooding and things have changed.
Yeah, I think if you look, if you look at the flooding that went on in Pakistan over the last couple of months, and you had so many people who were having, well, they were losing their crops, they were losing their livelihood, they were losing their farms, and they not only had to flee their land, but they then had to make their way to a safer area and figure out how to make a fresh start of it. So there are truths to climate change, 100%. Donald Trump seems to, again, not recognize that there is. One of the things that I've often talked about with colleagues is you can come with all the criticism you want, but you have to come with some solutions. They don't have to be the solutions that we take, but you have to make some suggestions. And that's where I think he falls flat, and that's where I think he hurts himself, where if he put forth the idea that climate change is a con, but then he had solutions. I also believe, and this is my last point on the matter, is that he comes from a different generation. Sometimes when he was in Scotland a couple of months ago, and he was playing golf, and he talked about the wind farms.
And North Sea oil.
Yes, and he talked about aesthetically how they look so unattractive. I think that that's from a generation that thinks about how things look. I think I have kids who are 29, and they see things in a very different way. They see something like that as utilitarian, making perfect sense, and the aesthetics are secondary, where I don't know that Donald Trump sees it that way.
And I don't know what your thoughts on it are, because is he just basically saying, drill, baby, but drill?
Yeah.
We know that's what he wants to do. It's all financial. I'm not sure what your thoughts are, Emma.
I mean, look, when he says countries need to rely on traditional energy sources, oil, gas, and all the rest of it, you have to bear in mind that most of these guys are invested in those energy sources. So, of course, they're going to want to vouch for that. But he's also correct when he says you have all these high-profile climate activists that go to all these summits and conventions and all the rest of it, and then they get on their private jet and go home. So they're not helping the issue. However, a point that I wanted to bring up that I didn't think of earlier, but it's popped into my brain, is when we talk about things, it encourages innovation and looking for alternatives. We wouldn't have had the rise in biofuels that we have now. We wouldn't have had the rise in electric alternatives that we have now. So it does lend itself to pushing innovation and invention and finding new ways to do things on that front. But again, I think he's, as Michael said, he's very old school in the way he looks at things, and there are alternatives. Is it a con? We'll have to wait and see. It might be down the line, but you look at the ozone layer. Everyone panicked about that. I was reading an article just yesterday that said the ozone layer is virtually healed itself now. So time will tell.
Yeah, absolutely. But there were also some quite amusing moments. There were funny moments, I would say. We can't not say Donald Trump is about showbiz. He is the TV personality. He is actually somewhat amusing.
He is, and there were a few funny moments. The poor escalator broke down on him trying to get to the conference, and the comment that, for me, that did it was he basically said, if the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but we're both in great shape. And then the teleprompter broke down, but one of the funny things for me was Emmanuel Macron, who was stuck outside behind the barriers as Trump's motorcade went past, and he was like, he literally said to the security guy, I'm going to call him. Hello, I'm stuck outside. You need to get me in. It's because of you. I'm stuck outside.
I mean, you can't make it up with Donald Trump, can you? And I also thought it was quite interesting. He said he could have done the refurbishment of the UN General Assembly building better than it has been done. And he basically said it was a failure because the escalator broke down. He would have put marble floors and mahogany walls on if he had been given the job.
And the escalator would have been gold.
Yes, indeed, it would have been, like the one in Trump Tower. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story now, and Trump's unproven claims that Tylenol is linked to autism, which has been heavily criticised by the medical professionals around the world. Emma, let's talk about this, because this story was announced yesterday, but I really feel like it's gathered a lot of pace today, and we've seen a lot of talk of it on social media and all the news networks. So what claims has the president made? And now, how are medical professionals reacting to these claims?
So Trump has basically claimed that taking Tylenol or paracetamol, as the rest of us call it, is no good, and that pregnant women should fight like hell to only take it in cases of extreme fever, and that it's causing the rise in autism in children. Medical professionals obviously coming out in their droves and refuting this, going, what are you talking about? I did do a bit of research. There has been some studies in the past that say there might be a link, but there's no foregone conclusion. I mean, the first thing in pregnant women, if you have a high fever, the doctor will give you paracetamol to get the fever under control. And the interesting thing was, before Trump came out with this claim and this warning, Tylenol's shares dropped by 7-point-something%. After he made this, it rebounded by 6.2%, which is very strange market behavior, to be honest with you. But again, are these dangerous claims to be making, and are you just going to be causing panic, especially amongst women when they're at the most vulnerable time in their life? It's stressful enough to deal with pregnancy and all the things that go with it and everything that's going through your head. To have to worry about something like this and to have the most powerful man in the world saying things like this, it's worrying, to say the least.
Yeah, it is worrying. And, you know, one of the accusations that was thrown at him was, why now? You know, there was no new data. And it begs the question, especially if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're wondering, what's going on? What am I missing? Why is the president, with the health secretary behind him, standing up and talking about what pregnant women should be taking when they're not feeling well? And that's where one of the issues that I think raised some flags for people.
I do think, though, was it last week I was listening to a speech, and they did say that they were going to give this announcement on what they think is causing autism. So it was trailed when it comes to the Trump administration, because I think we do see the health secretary, he's been quite controversial within his points of views, and they want to make America healthy again, and they feel like there is this autism spread. There's been huge numbers of people diagnosed with it, and they want to try and find the answer.
But is that just because awareness and testing is better than it is before? I mean, more women in perimenopause are being diagnosed with ADHD. They added Asperger's to the autism spectrum. I mean, the spectrum is huge when it comes to autism. Sorry. And as I said, the testing at each stage of the spectrum, from what I've read, is the same. There's no differentiation in that. So is it just the awareness is there now that we see more of it?
Yeah, I also think that the Health Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., seems to be, I don't want to say obsessed, that seems too strong a word, but he seems awfully preoccupied with the issue of autism. Not to downplay it for those families that are dealing with it. It can be a serious issue, but it's something that he's gone on about for a long time, and it's one of the main issues that people criticize him about when they look at him as maybe not the ideal health secretary candidate.
But you remember when we did see him go through the Senate, he was really grilled, and he did get in to Donald Trump's cabinet. We mustn't forget that. And it was quite controversial, though, at the beginning. But he has made his mission to tackle chronic illness in the US, and he's called it an autism epidemic. But my big question here is, once again, it's unfounded. And how scary is it for the rest of the world to be listening to this? And it could possibly be misinformation.
I mean, and when words like epidemic are used, it makes it sound like a contagious disease, not a cognitive learning disability, which is effectively what it is. And like I said, the spectrum is so big. And I actually think and I am going to call it scaremongering, is terrifying for parents of autistic children or people with autism, because they have enough to deal with as it is. And I also feel it's a little bit derogatory for them too.
I thought today and yesterday when I was listening to this, I almost felt like they were making out that it was man-made autism, like it was the fault of the mother, in a way, for taking this, more than it was the fact that it's actually to do with lots of different factors. Someone explained. I don't know what you thought.
Well, sometimes it comes down...
More genetic.
Yes, I was just going to say that word. Sometimes it comes down to genetics, that people, you cannot predict every ailment that a child is going to have during his or her life, or when that child is born. But Robert Kennedy Jr. has not the best reputation in health circles. He called the COVID-19 vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever manufactured. He's linked fluoride to bone cancer and to IQ loss. He's promoted debunked medical theories. And yet when he came into before the Senate, he was asked, he talked about how his department was supposed to be unbiased, and it was supposed to be politics-free, and it was supposed to be transparent, and it was supposed to be science-based. And unfortunately, this administration, from the top right down to all the people in the cabinet, don't seem to feel comfortable saying, I don't know the answer to that question yet. Instead, they try to come up with an answer that they think, in my opinion, the president will want to hear.
But I do find some things that Robert Kennedy Jr. is trying to do quite interesting. He's trying to make America healthy again. And I do think that he's really trying to get rid of artificial additives in a lot of the food in America, which I find fascinating, because in European countries, they don't have nearly as much. And we had a conversation about it. They really cracked down on E-numbers. Yeah. So maybe this will be a positive move from him.
I mean, look, yes, across Europe for years, E-numbers have been banned or reduced, fake flavourings, all the added sugars, preservatives and things like that are not allowed in a lot of foods because of the problems that it causes. And it's quite astounding that America's a little bit behind on that.
A lot behind.
A lot behind. I was being polite.
But I think we know. I think we all know people who are from. I'm from Canada. People from Canada or the States, and they can't eat certain products, and then they go to Europe, and they eat all the pizza they want in Italy. Yeah. Because I think the European standards are very different, and their approach is very different. In America, the idea seems to be that it has to look very appealing on the plate, which means colors have to maybe pop a little bit more than in other countries. And they also want to mass produce, which means that you need a certain number of pesticides during the growing process to make sure that you're getting as much as you possibly can out of your crop. And that, I think, then has detrimental effects for the end user.
It does. But I think one thing they need to address, and it's always the same thing that comes up, healthier food needs to be cheaper.
Yes.
It's cheaper to eat unhealthy than it is to eat healthy, and it's just a sad fact.
And it also takes more time to prepare something from scratch, so they need to come up with ideas to tackle that. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that conversation. We'll be back with you in just a moment's time now. And Super Typhoon Rasa is barreling towards Hong Kong and southern China, bringing with it hurricane-force winds with speeds of up to 230 kilometers an hour and torrential rains. Some 400,000 people in the neighboring Chinese city of Shenzhen have been told to evacuate. Camille Nederlek is in Hong Kong and has the story.
The worst of the storm is expected to hit Hong Kong in the early hours of Wednesday. That's when the winds are expected to be at their peak intensity. And after that, there will be storm surges. That's when the storm forces the sea level up. There could be surges of up to 2 meters in most coastal areas. That's areas like just behind me in the very center of Hong Kong Island. And there are shops just just down the road that have been boarding their shops up and using sandbags to protect themselves for what could be a significant rise in sea level. Parts of the territory could see surges of up to 4 meters. And while Hong Kong is used to typhoons that are really high wind speeds, when the ocean level rises, when there are these surges, that is much harder to prepare for. There's just not very much that you can do against that kind of rapid sea level rise. And the Hong Kong government has warned that flooding is expected not just because of the sea rise, but also because of heavy rains and flying debris that will then clog up storm drains. During typhoons such as these, there aren't teams that can then go and unblock those drains, and that is just a given, according to the Hong Kong authorities, that there will be flash flooding, that there is nothing more that they can do to prevent those types of floods. Essentially, tens of millions of people are putting life on pause for the time that this typhoon sweeps through. Now, these storms are getting more and more frequent. While typhoons are common in Hong Kong, super typhoons are not. Over a 50-year period from the 1950s through to 2008, Hong Kong saw 4 super typhoons. From 2017 up until now, we've seen 4, including Rasa. That means within less than a decade, Hong Kong has had 50 years worth of super typhoons. The UN has warned that that type of increase in frequency is a direct result of climate change, and it's going to be more and more common for both Hong Kong and the whole of southern China.
Now we're turning our attention to comedian Jimmy Kimmel, whose show is set to return tonight after a 6-day suspension over comments he made about conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. Michael, wow. Whirlwind week for Jimmy Kimmel. Everyone was following the story. It was gaining so much momentum. Back on telly so soon? Did you expect this?
I didn't expect it, not for the first 24 hours after. I thought the environment in which Jimmy Kimmel spoke was not the healthiest for conservatives or for liberals. Mm-hmm. And conservatives are in power, and I think that they were, especially with the death of somebody that in many cases was a friend, and I think that they were not going to relent. But then I think they shot themselves, and maybe that's a bad pun, I don't mean that. They turned what was a situation to their advantage, and they made it favorable for Jimmy Kimmel, because Brendan Carr, who's the FCC chairman, went on a podcast and he said ABC and Disney can either do this the easy way or the hard way, intimating that if they don't keep Jimmy off the air, then there will be repercussions. And that was, I think, when Disney subscriptions started to be canceled, when artists, actors, Hollywood stars spoke out. These are, of course, people that Disney needs to work with. And I think that that's when the Disney stocks started to tumble. And that's, I think, where it turned a little bit, and people started to cite the First Amendment as a reason why we can't allow this to happen, because you had the president and you had the FCC chairman who were both making comments that were so against the idea of free speech. And that's where I think most Americans took a stand.
What I find quite interesting is I spoke to Republicans on the show about this exact topic, about Jimmy Kimmel, and they said to me it was actually nothing to do with the president, nothing to do with the Trump administration. It was solely ABC who made this decision on their own because they felt that the remarks by Kimmel were ill-timed and he didn't want to come onto the show and apologize and tone down his rhetoric against MAGA, and they were worried about how the country was feeling at that time after the murder of Charlie Kirk, a lot of people felt like we were on a little bit of a precipice. I'm not sure what you guys think.
So I just want to say, but this is also the same ABC that paid Donald Trump $16 million to settle the George Stephanopoulos lawsuit. You don't need everything to be overt to know that there's trouble if you don't agree with the boss.
But I'm just saying, that's what Donald Trump and the Republicans will say.
And I say that that's BS.
Okay. Emma, thoughts?
I mean, look, when you're living in the country that professes that everyone should be able to have free speech, I kind of agree that free speech to a point until you offend somebody else. Right, that's what I think. But, however, the people stood up and said, we don't like this. And when you have people like Cynthia Nixon on TikTok holding up her tablet, literally going, here's me cancelling my account. Disney lost nearly $5 billion in days. And it's not just subscriptions. People were saying we're going to boycott the theme parks, the movies, the merchandise, literally everything. When you're looking at basically destroying a corporation, the people have spoken, and you kind of have to listen to them at that point.
And that's one thing I thought. It was people power here.
Yeah, it was.
That won the day, and also money, because no one wants to lose that much money, and I'll tell you, Disney doesn't want to at this time. I don't know. So we've got Glenn Powell. He'll be Kimmel's guest on the show tonight. Will you be watching? Do you think he's going to get great ratings?
I won't be watching, and I think he will get good ratings. But I think the real popularity will be on the clips that are on social media. And that's where, if I'm going to watch any of the night talk shows, it's usually somewhere on YouTube, and I'll just watch the clips that I want to watch.
I think that people will watch it to see what he has to say. Is he just going to stay stum, go, hey, I'm back, let's put that in the past and move on and get on with it? Or is he just going to carry on and say what he needs to say?
And what's interesting is some ABC affiliates won't be airing the show. And I found that actually quite telling in a way, because not everyone is in favour of this return. And we can't forget that, yes, a lot of people have spoken out and they cancelled their Disney subscriptions, but there's still anger over the way that people have spoken about Charlie Kirk's assassination online, on X. We've seen this over in the States.
Yeah, I think people love comedians until they say something that maybe hits a little bit too close to home.
Yeah.
And I think in this particular case, if you were a fan or a believer in the work that Charlie Kirk was doing, and a comedian comes out and says something that you, as you're dealing with your own grieving process, says something that you think is offensive, it's going to be tough, I think, for that person to come back around to forgiving or watching Jimmy Kimmel again. And the two companies that are responsible for carrying Jimmy Kimmel in many parts of the States, ABC affiliates, you know, they have made this decision that for them, probably from a business point of view, because they know their audience, Jimmy Kimmel is not somebody that they're going to want to see. So I don't think they're going to be going against the idea of what the majority of their customers want. I think they're going to be leaning into what they'll see as good business decisions.
And I hate to say it, but we kind of live in a world today where cancel culture is rife. It happens a lot. At the end of the day, you have so many other channels, so many other people to watch. If you don't like something, just change the channel or watch something else. It's really that easy. People have short-term memories. They can forget. It's the social media and the repeating the clips, as you were saying, that keeps it going these days. But Kimmel will be fine, and if the people that love him will watch, and the people that don't will move on to something else.
But it is, once again, the hot topic that has been dominating. And Kimmel, Michael, you said only missed 3 shows, essentially. So, you know what? He's just had a little hiatus, and he'll be back. Hopefully his jokes will be a bit better. But thank you for your comments on that. And now it's that time of the show where Michael and Emma tell us their stories of the day. And Michael, yours is all about a competition, and it involves bears. What's up?
So I would have said it's a competition to determine the fattest, because that
is that politically correct?
Well, in this particular case, I would say it is, because what we want our brown bears in Alaska to become as fat as possible so that they can go in the hibernation season. And they can be in a, because of the very harsh winters in Alaska, they're then in a great position to come out after hibernation in fantastic shape. I'll tell you a couple of fun facts first. So, midsummer, you're going to have a brown bear that's going to weigh anywhere from 700 to 900 pounds. Whoa. By the end of September, beginning of October, they'll get up to 1,000. Sometimes they'll even get up to 1,400 pounds. Now, what we have is you can go to, starting today, www.fatbearweek.org, where you can vote for who you think is, and it doesn't have to be the fattest, it could be the cutest, it could be the brown bear that you find the most attractive, and you get to vote. And what happens is the park rangers have brackets each day. So they'll have one bear against another, and then people go on and vote. Last year, they had 1.2 million voters online, and you get to also, because the bears are live streamed, so you can see what they're like. They have their own Spotify playlist, and number 73 on that Spotify playlist is Carole King's I Feel the Earth Move. And what they're trying to do is let everybody know that these bears are massive, and everybody has an opportunity. This crazy voting contest started in 2014 just as a one-day sort of event. But I think with everything that you have going on in Gaza and in the Ukraine, it's kind of like a bit of a nice reprieve and something that's a little bit different.
And it's quite educational, because
that.
I actually didn't know all of that until you just told me that bears eat a lot, then they go into hibernation. It's absolutely fascinating. And I don't know if you knew, but I actually knew nothing about bears.
It's interesting you say that, because AP reported this story, and what's happened is because of the interest and the way that you can attract people to this, it's in schools now. And kids are learning about the whole process of hibernation and everything that bears go through during, a winter cycle.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
And Emma, you also have an animal story, but yours is actually about a man and his camel, and he's on this really long, epic journey, and it's all about promoting peace. What do we know?
He is. So it's a Yemeni gentleman called Munir El-Dahmi, and he's basically ridden a camel from Yemen all the way through to the UAE, and that's about 3,500 kilometers he's done so far on his camel. It's taken him months because he got stuck in Saudi Arabia for 8 months dealing with all the visas and the paperwork and everything for him and his camel. And he's been in the UAE for a week or so now, and he's had amazing responses from everyone everywhere he goes. Emiratis gifted him some camels as well. And basically, I loved this quote from him. He basically said, "I'm riding the ship of the desert to the land of the astronauts."
Yeah,
which is really nice.
It's amazing. And, I also thought of The Alchemist, the book The Alchemist. I don't know why that came across my mind, but, these epic journeys and pilgrimages that people do to bring people together. It's quite inspiring.
So what he's done, this isn't the first ride he's done. He did it about 10 years ago across Africa. So he rode across Africa on camels as well, kind of to show the Arabian culture and to people that have never seen a camel before, because they're incredibly fascinating animals. And his next journey, he's going to go from the UAE to Kuwait. So he'll be going through Qatar and Kuwait. And then his end goal is he wants to ride across Europe on the camel to show the Arabian culture. And basically, he's spreading peace across the world with his camel and bringing joy to people.
And you ride camels.
I do.
How difficult is it to be on a camel for that long? Because it's got to hurt at some point.
They're very different to horses. I mean, I did the UAE camel trek, which was 550 kilometers over 12 days from the empty quarter in Liwa to Global Village in Dubai. And they're not the most comfortable animals in the world.
But they are quite gentle.
They're very intelligent, they're very empathetic, and always have treats.
Oh, I love that. There we are. So from bears to camels, that was absolutely brilliant. Fascinating. Thank you so much for those stories. And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks to our guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and media professional Emma Brain. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, as France joins the growing list of countries announcing their recognition of Palestinian statehood, the US President Donald Trump addresses the UN, saying that this decision is merely a reward for Hamas. Coming up, we'll have opinion from Paris and Tel Aviv. Hello and welcome to the programme. Today we continue our special coverage on Palestine. Now, the UK and France have now officially recognised the state of Palestine, making for a historic moment at the UN General Assembly, at which the two-state solution has become a key focus. Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron made the announcement on Monday, declaring that his country could no longer wait for peace in the region. Well, along with France, more than 150 countries have now recognised the state of Palestine. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Manuel Hassassian, who is the Palestinian ambassador to Denmark and the former Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador, President Emmanuel Macron is the latest world leader to announce that his country recognises Palestinian statehood. That's together with Australia, Canada, Portugal, and the UK. Now, you were ambassador to the UK before. I mean, what's your reaction to all of this?
Well, let me start first by sharing with you my reaction to the UK recognition of the state of Palestine. First of all, the problem of Palestine started with the British mandate, with the Balfour Declaration in 1917. It has been 108 years since, the British government has been, not recognizing the state of Palestine. But it came at a time now when mounting pressure from the British people as to the atrocious and naked aggression of the Zionist IDF forces, killing and maiming, people, which is the genocide in Gaza, that the Labour Party, with Keir Starmer, as being the leading party, has announced that they will recognize the state of Palestine. However, we know that this statement came back to us in July, where he had put some conditions on the Israelis, the withdrawal from Gaza, the stopping of the carnage, the allowing of humanitarian aid, as, conditions for them if they don't want the United Kingdom to basically recognize the state of Palestine. Now, after like almost 2-3 months now, the Israelis have never paid any heed. They never care about UK or any other European countries. They're still continuing with their, assault on the Palestinian people, let alone in the West Bank with the settlers and East Jerusalem and what have you. So this recognition comes as a pressure, mounting pressure from the UK public, and at the same time, the non-acceptance of the Israelis to the conditions of the British as to the recognition of Palestine. Now, this is long overdue, I would say, recognition by the UK. However, the intricacy of this matter is the fact that we haven't seen the area that this Palestinian state would be recognized by the UK, let alone by Macron and many others. They say we recognize the state of Palestine as part and parcel of the two-state solution, where negotiations eventually will lead to the self-determination of the Palestinians and having an independent state. But nobody talked about the stopping of the carnage. Nobody talked about the area which is, legitimized by the international community, 1967 borders being, the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. Nobody was talking about that. So what does it mean to recognize the state of Palestine if you don't have borders, if the occupation does not end, if the carnage does not continue, going on and on and on and on? Then it is an empty, hollow promise. So that's why we should not be highly, jubilant about this decision, as much as we have to be careful that these countries are trying basically to consume the anger of their public opinion and to go ahead and say, we wash our hands like Pilate from the blood of Jesus Christ, but now the Israelis are continuing with their onslaught.
Okay, so you make a lot of points there. I mean, clearly there is symbolism in these announcements, and you've touched on that. But concretely, and I want to ask you from a diplomatic point of view, does this translate into a sort of a diplomatic upgrade for Palestine, given that theoretically the UK, France, and other countries that have recognized a Palestinian state will now be looking at the Palestinians and the Israelis on an even footing? Is that significant?
Well, let me tell you, the significance of the recognition on the international level, yes. Now, our missions will become full-fledged embassies with the hoisting of the flag and having all the kind of privileges, immunity, diplomatic, and what have you. Yes, I do agree to that. We will be joining international organizations. We will be part of the international community. We will be full-fledged members of the United Nations. All these are considered to be, assets to the Palestinians when it comes to the international legitimacy, when it comes to the recognition of the state of Palestine. But factually on the ground, what does that mean? If Israel does not stop the carnage, withdraw, and end the occupation, and try to sit at the negotiating table to find the final contours of the state, which means the end of conflict, I don't see that there is a lot of significance there. Yes, on the international level, yeah, our status will be much better than before. We will be having bilateral relations state to state with Europeans, with Asiatic countries, with other, countries in the world. From that perspective, I think we have scored diplomatically, and we have isolated, Israel from the world. But in terms of concrete action, I think still the United States of America is not convinced, and it's not on par with Europe and what have you, to come ahead and say enough is enough. Let's recognize the state of Palestine and let's conduct the negotiations state to state and not between an occupier and occupied.
Indeed, and just hearing what President Trump was saying at the UN this evening, it very much sounds exactly the same as what President Netanyahu's been saying these decisions by these countries like France and the United Kingdom are merely a gift to Hamas. But, I mean, clearly President Trump holds the key here. Well, he holds a major key here. And, you're a diplomat. How are you going to win President Trump over and show him and people that think like him that, in fact, this isn't a gift to Hamas? How do you win him over?
Well, first of all, it's not a gift for Hamas. It's so unfortunate that 2 years our people in Gaza have endured these atrocious crimes. And for the last 70 years, we have been struggling diplomatically through armed struggle and what have you to gain our self-determination in pronouncing our independent state. And things did not start with October 7 or after October 7. It is the high time for the international community to recognize that the Palestinian is the only people in modern history that have not really accomplished their self-determination. And, paying such heavy prices under occupation, I think it's about time that the international conscience should take an active role in trying to put pressures on the various governments, let alone on Israel, by taking firm stance, like withdrawing their ambassadors, cutting relationship as much as possible politically, try to boycott them economically and whatever. These are the pressures that could change the position of President Trump, feeling that, you know, Israel is isolated, and he knows that for a fact, and the United States cannot keep on justifying acting as the PR and the supporter in bolstering basically the Israelis in every single move that is ruining the two-state solution, which is the only game in town, which has been shouldered by the international community for so many years now. So I don't think Trump will continue with this. I think things are going to change. I think this diplomatic recognition, although it has some symbolic significance, but this significance of the recognition should be emboldened by an action plan from European governments in dealing with the state of Israel, without putting pressure through diplomatic relations, through boycott and what have you, and not, of course, sending arms to Israel. I think there will be a reconsideration by President Trump.
What do you think about the Abraham Accords as being a major tool at the disposal of the countries that are already signatories and the countries that might one day be signatories? How would you like to see those countries using that particular diplomatic tool?
It is unfortunate that the Abrahamic tool started on the wrong footing, and now it is ending on the right footing. The right footing is the basic fact that the Palestinians should be recognized with a state, and then normalization of Arab countries, Islamic countries with Israel should take place. It's not before ending occupation, and that's why the Abrahamic Accord is not significant. And for the simple fact, look what happened in Doha when Israel, did not respect the integrity and sovereignty of Qatar and went ahead and bombed Doha. That in itself shows that all these accords are insignificant and they don't have any value when it comes to the facts on the ground. And that's why I believe that Abrahamic Accords were premature, and it had proved its failure because the United States is not fulfilling its promises to the Gulf countries in terms of protection. And President Trump is trying to dodge away from the idea that he was, notified with this airstrike in Doha. And if this proves something, it proves a total failure.
Just lastly, Ambassador, I just wonder if you could explain to our viewers who might not know the history of the Palestinians, who might not know the facts, the Sykes-Picot Accord of 1916, and what it's meant for the Palestinians ever since 1948 not to have a state. What is the reality for a Palestinian person without a state? What does it mean, and what does it mean they can and can't do?
Well, basically, we are not inhabitants. We have a national identity. We kept our national identity. We have always been part and parcel of the Arab world and the Islamic world. Many countries in Asia, Africa, the Arab world have recognized the state of Palestine. But, it did not have any significance because we are under occupation for the last 60 years now. And that's why, we have been struggling, and we never stopped struggling through peaceful means, through armed struggle and what have you, and through political accommodation. We have reached a point where we have a deep conviction that there is no military solution to this conflict. So what is the other option? The other option have been negotiations, and we have embarked on a tumultuous path of negotiations since 1988, when we declared the independence of Palestine unilaterally and accepted that the only solution is through political accommodation. And that's why we went into the Oslo Agreement, believing that this would lead to an independent Palestinian state based on negotiations on par between Israel and the Palestinians and brokered by the United States of America. What happened? Netanyahu comes to power and he destroys the Oslo Agreement by building more settlements settlements, by invading Gaza, by creating new facts on the ground and making it very difficult for the Palestinians to move. And now we have almost 100, gates that closes every single village and city in the West Bank. So we are living in an open concentration camp, and Netanyahu does not pay heed to any of the international laws and orders and what have you. And the United States, unfortunately, unequivocally, is still supporting this Zionist project of creating an entity in a land which is not theirs. And that's why I tell you that the Palestinians will continue in more or less preserving their national identity, in outcrying to the international community that promised them in terms of shouldering the two-state solution, and that the international legitimacy with all the UN resolutions are all with the Palestinian people. What does it take, basically, to America and the rest of the world to recognize that the Palestinians have a national identity, a geography, a demography, a flag, one gun, and one authority?
Okay, we're going to have to be there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Manuel Hassassian, Palestinian ambassador to Denmark. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Dominique Trinquant, who's a former defense advisor to the French President Emmanuel Macron. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, General Trinquant. Always a pleasure. On Monday, we saw your president, President Macron, formally recognizing the state of Palestine. What do you think drove his decision? How big a factor do you think public opinion was?
I think that's really what's is behind that is that in the current Middle East position, mainly of Mr. Netanyahu, there is no issue except destruction and except taking out all the Palestinians in Gaza and in Cisjordania. And so I think that really he wants to show that another path is possible. And this is linked to the relation that France has always have in the Middle East with Arab countries. And that's probably why now is proposing to come back to the solution of two states, because Mr. Netanyahu is proposing nothing except war.
I mean, when you look at what's happening in Gaza, and given your military experience, decades of it, does it look like Israel is achieving anything at all in Gaza right now?
No, nothing will. I mean, only destruction. I think that it's probably, the first phase of the destruction before reconstruction by Mr. Trump, the famous Golden State. But in fact, it's just a dream. When you are killing so many people, destroying so many houses and buildings in the area, you are provoking people, and in fact, terrorism is going back. So I don't think, and even the Tzahal, the Israeli army, told to Mr. Netanyahu that it was not a good solution. But anyway, Mr. Netanyahu decided there will be no Palestine anyway.
The Israeli ambassador to France has called this decision hostile. I'm just wondering how his reactions are viewed in France and how President Macron's decision is viewed across party lines.
No, I think this decision is, of course, hostile to Mr. Netanyahu because it's the opposite position of Mr. Netanyahu. But that's in the interest of Israel. There will be election next year in Israel, and everybody thinks that Mr. Netanyahu will no longer be there. And we need to have another solution than war in Israel. So I think this is something which is discussed in France, but nobody is really against that.
I mean, there have been some quite large protests on the streets of Paris and other cities around France. And I'm just wondering how delicate the situation is for the French president, given that France is home to, I believe, the largest Jewish and the largest Muslim populations of any country in Western Europe. This is delicate, isn't it?
If we've got a very large Jewish population in France, that doesn't mean that they are behind Mr. Netanyahu. I'm discussing with lots of Jewish in France. They are against the position of Mr. Netanyahu. And the difficult situation is when you are French Jewish, you don't have to support anyway Mr. Netanyahu. You can be against that. And that's what I'm seeing in France, really. And when you're talking about manifestation in France, it's not about Palestine and Israel. It's about other problems, retirement and things like that. But we haven't seen this large crowd like we have seen in London, for example.
So would you say that the majority of the French public is behind President Macron in making this announcement about the recognition of Palestinian statehood?
It's difficult to say because France is thinking about other problems currently. But I think that the large majority of France, yes, is behind this decision.
And now President Macron has a difficult task. I mean, he clearly wants to try and persuade President Trump to look at this decades-old problem in the Middle East through the European prism. Do you think President Macron's going to be able to persuade President Trump to look at this in a different way?
I think it would be difficult because Mr. Trump is really trapped by Mr. Netanyahu. I think he's a bit upset by Mr. Netanyahu, but anyway, it is his choice to be behind Israel. So it will be very difficult. I was just listening to the speech of Mr. Trump at the UN, and apparently he doesn't agree with what Mr. President Macron was saying. So I think it will be difficult to change his mind on that.
That's despite the fact that Israel and the United States are going to be looking extremely isolated at that gathering at the UN, given that the number of countries that do recognize a Palestinian state is now more than 3/4 of the member states.
Yes, certainly. I think that on that subject, Israel, after the 7th of October, everybody was praying Israel and was behind Israel. And after 2 years of war, 3/4 of the planet, you have said, is against what Mr. Netanyahu is doing. And I think that United States is also isolated on that matter. And really, we are looking at something which happened 20 years ago when the US decided to change the Middle East by attacking Iraq. 3/4 of the planet was against that. And I think it's the same thing today.
Do you think there's a risk that Israel is going to go in the opposite direction to the direction that France and its allies are hoping, and that in fact they will double down and go down an even more, let's say, extreme path than the path they've been down up until now?
No, certainly, with the policy of Mr. Netanyahu, it's the opposite of the European countries. And certainly he will want to fight for, freedom of Israel for him is a war all the time. And we propose European that he looks at the peace on another way and try to have peace with the country who are around Israel, but also inside Israel, like Palestine. I think that Mr. Netanyahu will never listen at that. So that's why I hope that the next election in Israel will change the government.
How much of a big news story is this in France? Is this front page news, the recognition of the Palestinian state?
No, I don't think so. It's not, we have a prime minister, but we don't have a government, and everybody is expecting that. So I think it's an important subject, certainly, but not on the first page.
And when the Israeli government says to France, you've just rewarded Hamas, this is a gift to Hamas, how would you counter that argument?
No, that's a lie. In the decision, in the paper which was made in July and voted by the General Assembly of UN 2 weeks ago on the 12th of September, at the country, It is saying that we must ban Hamas from having power in Palestine, and that Hamas must be disarmed, and another Palestinian government must take the place. And so it's completely at the opposite.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, General Dominique.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. Now, Israel is clearly angered at these recognitions of statehood by different countries and has threatened to respond, viewing the recognition of a Palestinian state as a reward to Hamas. Well, let's get more now from Dr. Eyal Hulata, who is the former head of Israel's National Security Council and a current fellow at the FDD, who joined us now from Tel Aviv. Dr. Hulata, thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Arabiya English. There are people in Israel, in the Israeli government, who perceive these announcements by countries like Britain and France as hostile. Why is it hostile?
Well, good evening, Tom. It's good to be on your show again. First of all, it's I think it's when you scope now the Israeli public, you will find, unfortunately, that there is across the board resentment of this recognition. I think first and foremost because of the timing, Tom. Israel is still at war. I think the priorities could have been to find ways to end the war, to bring back the hostages, to allow a proper next phase of what's happening in Gaza and reconstruction, or in fact, I think for political reasons, both the British Prime Minister and the French President have done something that I don't think helps anyone on the ground. I don't think it helps the Palestinian cause in any way. It definitely doesn't help to bring the war to end or the population in Gaza. But in fact, it is very much political. And I think the response by Prime Minister Netanyahu, regardless of my belief on it, is going to be political as well. So instead of dealing with the substance itself, with the problems themselves, this is a very symbolic, I think, inappropriate, ill-timed recognition that won't do anyone any good.
I mean, it just sounds, listening to what President Trump has been saying at the UN today, calling these decisions a reward for horrible atrocities. It sounds very much as though the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel are absolutely on the same page, aren't they, here?
Well, I think it's not just President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'm trying to look at it from a non-political position. I'm not a politician. I was National Security Advisor of the previous government. So, it's hard to think that I would support the policies of this government. And in fact, I don't. I think the war has been extended for far too long. And I think there are many things Israel should have done differently. But to call for a Palestinian state that should include Gaza, even if Prime Minister Sturmer says that Hamas should not be a part of it, in what way will Hamas not be part of it? In what way is this going to materialize in any way? In what kind of institution? In what kind of process? And you should see, if Hamas is cheering for it in Gaza, then I guess they see this as a reward. So regardless of what you and I or the audience should think about it, if Hamas views this as something that is positive, then I guess there is something in the fact that this is a reward for Hamas.
Fair enough, Dr. Hulata, but that depends if there's anything left of Hamas, because it's very hard to see what's left of Hamas given the devastation on the ground in Gaza. And I don't know, perhaps you can tell us, when let me just ask you this, when was the last time Hamas in Gaza posed a meaningful threat to Israel in the form of a rocket or any kind of other projectile fired into your territory?
Well, Tom, I think we should be both honest and sincere about this and intelligent. Hamas did October 7. We can say that this was almost 2 years ago and this doesn't matter anymore. But what happened on October 7 broke so many of the rules, even in the Middle East, that is unfortunately well known in such hard conflict, specifically between the Israelis and the Palestinians, but not only between Israelis and Palestinians. We've seen atrocities all across the Middle East. But we haven't seen October 7, not even in Syria in the height of days and elsewhere. So, to say that Hamas is no longer a threat, this is something that, if this is the case, and I think...
Yeah, I didn't say they're no longer a threat. I was asking you what's left of them.
Response to it. Yeah. Now, what's left of it? What's left of it is a hostile terror organization that is holding 48 hostages still. About 20 of them are still alive, refusing to bring them back, refusing to any sort of deal that would end the war in the sense of bringing back our hostages the way this started, and trying every trick in the playbook to continue this and extend this longer. Now, I will also say, I think the Israeli government should have acted differently. I think we should have pushed to end the war before. But to claim that Hamas is no longer controlling Gaza is just not true. Hamas is continuously hijacking the trucks of humanitarian food aid and other means that is coming into Gaza, either them or thugs working on their behalf, preventing the people of Gaza to getting the aid. Unfortunately, Hamas is still in controlling Gaza.
I just want to ask you, I mean, clearly 65,000, although maybe you'll dispute this figure, I don't know, maybe you have another figure. We're being told 65,000 Palestinians have been killed during these last nearly 2 years, and that's very difficult for Israel's allies and friends, of which it has a number around the world, who have been vocal about this and said we can't sit here. I mean, I think even Prime Minister Starmer said this was intolerable. I mean, why isn't Israel listening to its allies?
So first, Tom, I lived for the last 2 years in Washington, so it was I saw this from first row and found myself in many media shows talking about this. And indeed, I think it's very difficult for the Western world to understand the condition that Israel is in. And again, this is not to say that I support everything that has happened. As I said before, I've been speaking for way more than a year that we should find a way to end the war. And the immense number of casualties in Gaza is indeed very high, and so is the damage. And I'm not sure that the extension of the intensified phase of the war is now working in Israel's favor or anywhere close to this. However, I do know that while Israel has entered Gaza in the ground invasion, we were already attacked from all over. Attacks on Israel started on October 8th, way before Israel started attacking, because there is an attack now in Israel, and people are trying to portray the fact that Israel does not have the right not only to defend itself, but maybe even the right to maintain a sovereign country in this territory. Well, I think that we do maintain a right to do this, and I think that we need to fight back, especially after what happened on October 7th. Unfortunately, it's becoming more and more difficult to do this with our friends in the liberal world. And in fact, when 90% of the people in the UK, that's the polls I've been seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, have said that they do not approve the timing of Prime Minister Sturmer's approval or recognition of the Palestinian state. Well, there is a rift. There is a political rift. Some of it is causing liberal leaders to do things that maybe they shouldn't have done in this timing or in this way. We're at war, Tom. We've been attacked. Our villages, our children, our families have been abducted from their homes. We've been attacked in October 7 in ways that I think the world is maybe trying to forget because it's not very pleasant to remember what has happened. And we need to fight. We need to fight for our security. We need to fight for our country.
But I think there isn't there, genuine sympathy around the world for 3 or 4 generations of Palestinian people, millions of them, in fact, who've had to go through life completely stateless and with all of the horrors, inconveniences, traumas, and everything else that's associated with that. So do you think perhaps it doesn't come from a good place, this desire from Western leaders to make steps towards giving them something resembling statehood?
Well, Tom, I may surprise you. I'm also sympathetic for them. I'm sympathetic for a people who's been led by bad leaders, who have been taken hostage by terror organizations such as Hamas. And I would want to ask, let's put aside the debate whether or not this was done in the proper timing, because clearly, I have my position and I'm not sure this will get us anywhere. But let me ask a question in this regard. What are the Palestinians going to do tomorrow? Now that those world leaders on the stage of the UN have recognized the right of the Palestinian to statehood, but at the same time they said Hamas shouldn't be part of it. They need to stop the pay for slay, meaning the payment that they give to terrorist families, terrorists meaning those who have murdered Israelis in past decades. What will they do now? How will they use this opportunity that was given to them in building institutions, building schools? Well, there will be a pragmatic material and teaching tolerance, the way I think this is a word that Prime Minister Sturmer has used, or President Macron. What's going to happen tomorrow morning with the Palestinians in the West Bank? Okay, there is no war in the West Bank. IDF is not there in every corner like we are in Gaza. The cities of the West Bank enjoy the self-ruling and governance of the Palestinians. What's going to happen tomorrow? And I'm asking this because I am sympathetic to the people. We're talking about millions of people who live there. I would want them to live a better life. I would love them to have a proper job. I would want them to live in a life where they have things to live for and not just reasons for their youngsters, unfortunately, to grab a gun and go and conduct terror acts. I would want to see the Palestinians take this opportunity, now that it's giving them, to do something meaningful with it. But unfortunately, I'm more worried that what we're going to see is just another wave of this self-feeling of being victims of the conditions of the situation, and not necessarily something that is constructive. But let's wait and see for that.
Okay, and obviously there are concerns that these decisions by France, the United Kingdom, and other countries, as we've been saying, could result in retribution by Prime Minister Netanyahu. I mean, he said, you know, on Sunday, I'm never going to recognize a Palestinian state. I mean, do you think, I'm not disagreeing with what you just said, I'm just asking, do you think actually these recognitions by these nations might have the opposite of the desired effect and actually push the Israeli government in the other direction?
So in fact, Tom, when I spoke with my former counterparts, colleagues, or current officials in those countries over the last few weeks, and also countries in the region, my argument was, what you're doing right now, and since you're doing this for political reasons, and it's very clear that it's done from political reasons, you're pushing Netanyahu to act politically as well. Netanyahu is in a very delicate political situation, as everybody knows. He has we have the most right-wing, unfortunately, government in the history of Israel. Some of them are people who are really ultra-nationalistic. They would want to annex the entire West Bank, something that I do not believe in or do not support, of course, in any way. But since they have done something that is political, it's, I think, likely, unfortunately, that Netanyahu will need to find something political to do on his own side. If they are working to support their bases in UK, in France, in Australia, in Canada, and elsewhere, then maybe Netanyahu will need to do something that is very different. I hope he doesn't do something rash. I hope that this does not result in something that would alter what's left of the normality of the Middle East. The Emiratis, the Saudis have already said that there will be consequences to annexing parts of West Bank. I hope this won't happen, because I think the Abraham Accords were something that has huge potential to revive the Middle East and bring it to something new. We've just celebrated or commemorated 5 years to the Abraham Accords. They survived the war in Gaza. I wouldn't want to see this break over something like this that is purely political. And again, there's nothing constructive or meaningful in any of those actions. But if this set of symbolic political decisions end up with breaking what is left of the things that hold the Middle East together, this will be very, very disappointing. I hope we don't get to that.
Sure, and Dr. Hulato, you actually just anticipated my next question. I was going to ask you if you thought the Abraham Accords were in jeopardy. And since you've already mentioned it, I mean, do you think, I mean, given, as you said, that the Prime Minister of Israel might do something, as you said, rash, let's say he annexes the West Bank or does one of the things he's threatened to do. I mean, the UAE has said, for example, that would be a red line. That would mean, presumably, we can't guess what they mean by that, but that could mean that that there's a withdrawal from the Abraham Accords. That's something President Trump wouldn't want to see happen, would we? Because he wants to grow the Abraham Accords. He wants to see them expanded during his second term. So, in fact, does Prime Minister Netanyahu have the freedom to do something rash, given that the consequences would end up being something that would go against what President Trump would like as a desired outcome?
Tom, I believe what's happening, maybe as we speak, Prime Minister Netanyahu will fly actually tomorrow at the end of Rosh Hashanah. We're in the middle of a holiday now in Israel. He will fly to the U.S. To address the UN General Assembly, I think on Thursday or Friday, and will have a set of meetings with President Trump. And I would assume that Prime Minister Netanyahu will coordinate a response with President Trump, and that there will be an opportunity for President Trump to maybe guide or signal to Prime Minister Netanyahu where are the borders of things that he believes are relevant in this context that we are in. And I know that both the Saudis and the Emiratis have been delivering messages both to Israel and to Washington about this topic. Look, again, we're in a situation, this shouldn't have happened, right? I mean, this entire thing started from a symbolic declaration that has no meaning. As I said before, I wouldn't want to see things deteriorate over something that is not of substance. If the Abraham Accords survived the war in Gaza, survived October 7 and survived the 2 years later, when Israelis could fly on Emirati Airlines to Abu Dhabi and back and Dubai, where for a portion of the time we couldn't fly British Airways to London and back. I'm not sure that today I can fly with British Airways to London and back from Israel, but I can fly on Etihad or Fly Dubai. The Abraham Accords have suffered a lot, and they have survived a lot. And the Emirati leadership have said time and again that they believe in the prospect of pragmatism in the Middle East, and they will not let go of this vision. And I admire them. I admire Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed for holding this position. My hope is that we won't find this deterioration. My hope is that in the common thinking between those two leaders, when they will meet in either Washington or New York or wherever Netanyahu will meet President Trump, I hope that they will come with some formula that would allow Israel to fuel, would allow Prime Minister Netanyahu to fuel on one side, but would not take out everything that was built and leave some prospect of prosperity throughout the Middle East.
Okay, and just last, I mean, do you think there's any chance of the Abraham Accords being expanded or broadened during the second Trump presidency, given that, you know, given what's going on in Gaza, and that has obviously inflamed public opinion? I mean, according to one poll I saw, public opposition to a normalization with Israel as things stand right now in many Gulf countries runs around the 95% mark. I mean, do you see any chance of that happening?
So first, I think one of the main reasons October 7 happened in the first place was because Hamas and the Iranians wanted to derail the normalization process with Saudi Arabia. We were pretty close back then in October 7, 23. This was Biden presidency, let alone when Trump came in. I think President Trump, as you said, time and again repeated his vision of broadening the Abraham Accords, and in his visit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, this was a part of it. Look, clearly, the war in Gaza needs to end for anything to materialize. The public opinion cannot change as long as not only seeing all of this footage coming out of Gaza, but a state of war between Israel and any of the Arab neighbors is not something that is could lead to some constructive process. But we must all remember that most of Israel's processes of normalization and even peace happen in the wake of wars in the past. The peace with Egypt started after the Yom Kippur War. Even when we speak right now, there are negotiations between Syria and Julani in Damascus, and with Prime Minister Netanyahu ministers, Minister Dermer, talking about some kind of arrangement, maybe not normalization, but some kind of arrangement with Syria. I think the need for pragmatism in the Middle East stands. We need to restore some of this normality, and that includes all of the partners in them. Violence is the root cause of most of the problems that we've seen, and extreme hatred, either by the Iranian extremists or by the Sunni radicals, have time and again brought us into this situation. I'm talking from an Israeli perspective, of course. But Israel's need or aim or vision to normalize with its neighbors is reaching a record high all the time. We're just worried. The Israelis are worried that if we do something that is rash and give another piece of territory to Palestinians, and a organization such as Hamas will take over like they did in Gaza. We need to remember, Israel evacuated Gaza completely in 2005, and the outcome we'll see 20 years afterwards, we're still in this situation. But Israelis as a whole, I think more than 70%, maybe 80% of the Israelis recognize that the future of Israel, the prosperous future of Israel in the region, goes hand in hand with expanding the normalization, with expanding the ties with the countries around us in the Gulf and elsewhere. And I truly hope that we get to that moment. We need the war to end for this, and we need the pragmatists to go and govern the decision-making all across the region.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Eyal Hulata. Thank you for your time.
Welcome. Thank you.
Now, imagine life today without the World Wide Web. No Google, no social media, no streaming, no email. Hard to imagine, right? Yet just a few decades ago, none of that existed. Well, it was thanks to the vision of one man that transformed the way we live, work, and connect. That man is Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web and the author of a new memoir This is For Everyone, the unfinished story of the World Wide Web. He joins us now here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you for having me on the show.
I'd like to talk to you just first of all about your book. This is For Everyone, just hit the shelves. It's been described as part memoir, part manifesto. People are saying it is chirpy in its tone. It's also become an instant Sunday Times bestseller. Just tell us briefly what the thinking is behind the title.
This is For Everyone really is about the web. The web has to be for everyone. That's why it has to be free. It's not. It wouldn't be the same if it was only part of the world used it, or if it could only be used by certain sorts of people or certain sorts of document. So that it's always been a mantra about the web. It's also the mantra which I typed in when I was in the opening ceremony of the London Olympics, and that went around the stadium and around the world.
Oh, right, absolutely. An iconic moment, wasn't it, in 2012 during the Olympics when you sent out that message. Why did you want to write this book? What's the message you want to tell people? Did you think there were misconceptions or myths about you and the internet? Were there things you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, I think, well, very few people who sort of more recent, this current generation have very little idea about where the web came from. And so so telling that story is useful. I wrote a book, the last one was in 1999. So a lot has happened since then.
OK, so clearly you wanted to put pen to paper for the first time in a quarter of a century now. You were born in 1955. That's the same year as Bill Gates, also the same year as Steve Jobs. And unlike them, you gave away your tech and your know-how for very little personal reward by comparison. Why was that?
If I hadn't given it away for free, then it wouldn't have happened. There was a big ask. I was asking everybody to put their stuff on the web, and that's a very, very big ask. You can't also say, and you have to pay me 2 cents a click as well.
So how is it that those men have managed to amass enormous fortunes and you haven't?
Well, because my focus has always been on the web itself, on making sure, I led the industry consortium, of companies building the web, leading that. You had to be a neutral party. So I worked for MIT at the time. So that's, which is a reasonable, it was a reasonable salary, but it doesn't make you a gazillionaire.
And with hindsight, would you do anything differently? Would you reconsider that financial aspect of things?
Nope. No, not at all. Because I know, looking back, I've seen other things which failed because they weren't free.
I mean, there are some people out there that owe you a massive debt of gratitude. I mean, you could probably say every human on the planet in one way or another, but I'm thinking more particularly about Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. Do you have any contact with them? And have they ever said thank you to you?
Yes, they have. Yes, they've said thank you in various ways, yeah.
And do you approve of how they're using your technology?
Well, it really depends on which one you're talking about. You can't generalize them. Say if you take a billionaire, each billionaire is for instance, what the way Mark Zuckerberg is using technology is very different from the way Jeff Bezos is using it. In a way, I approve of the way some of them are using it more than others. I think a lot of people are focusing at the moment on what's happening in Facebook and Meta and in Instagram. The whole fact that Instagram and Meta are part of the same thing is, I think some people raise question marks from the monopoly point of view. So the fact that Facebook and Meta are a monopoly is, I think, detrimental to the way the web works in a way.
Well, as its custodian and its godfather, its creator, I mean, you've got an important voice. You've got, the right to express an opinion, and people ought really to be listening to you. I mean, do you think people do listen to you when you express an opinion about how your invention is being used?
Yes, I think they do. And also they sympathize with it. When I say that individual people need to have digital sovereignty, for example, when I say that individual people should have power when they're online, then they feel that. And so they feel it themselves. So that there's a sort of movement of people who've, in the book, I talk about the solid protocol, the movement behind it. I talk about the company and about which and the people who are working in that movement they feel often that frustration with how the web is right now, and they feel a sort of a really strong urge to be part of building a new system which doesn't have that problem.
So the fact that the web is basically dominated by some giants, some titans right now, it's not quite what you envisaged, is it, when you came up with the idea?
No, the original idea was that you should be able to use it. For example, you should be able to use it in a team for a collaboration. If you're building a project, then together you should be able to have all the people in the project on the team. The idea was that you could collaborate by anything you could think of about the project, you would put it to the web, and anything that was related in the project you would link. So the idea was it would be a space of people linking, where normal people made links all over the time. And now if it's on Facebook, it's not really like that.
Just clarify one thing for us. We were wondering here in the newsroom, when was the internet born? I mean, is there a date that we could perhaps put down as being the day the World Wide Web was launched?
So you have to distinguish between the internet and the World Wide Web, because there was 20 years between them. Right, so the date we put on, the date for the web was in 1989, but the internet and email already existed, in fact, before that, 20 years beforehand. So if you go back to the birth of the internet, the original papers about that were 1969. That was Vint Cerf and people working with him. So about 1969 was the internet. 89, 20 years later, I was working at CERN, and I could see that the internet was a great facility linking all these computers, but people wouldn't. But it's really hard to use for an ordinary person. So there were no websites. There was no click to go from one place to another. So I invented all that, rolled that out. But it was so. And so if you put a date on basically that was the date of the memo I wrote. It was March 1989 when I wrote the date of the memo.
Okay, so March 1989 is the date. Now, you're quoted as saying, we can restore the web as a tool for collaboration, creativity and compassion across cultural borders. We can fix the internet. It's not too late. Why do you think the internet is broken?
Well, the sorts of things I want to, when you're online, you don't feel that sense of empowerment. That's obviously partly, if you're online, you spend your life on TikTok, then you might find a lot of time goes by without feeling very rewarded. In fact, you might. So it's broken partly because of largely because of the things which are addictive. So the things like Instagram and which you can spend your time zooming and TikTok. You can spend your time stuck on. If you get stuck on it, then it's addictive, and so that addictiveness, I think, is something which is makes the web worse.
Yeah, indeed, there is an addictive nature to them. I mean, I think a lot of people can sympathise that, including me. Do you find yourself getting hooked on any of these apps? Do you regularly use TikTok and Instagram, Sir Tim?
I don't use TikTok. I used to use Instagram before it became addictive. The Instagram changed quite a lot. I do find myself on, like, I follow a link to a YouTube video, and then I'll find myself sort of scrolling through YouTube, watching all kinds of random stuff.
All right, so you do go down the occasional rabbit hole yourself?
I do.
Do you think there was a specific moment, while we're talking about dates, or a moment or a year, perhaps an era that you could put your finger on where you think it went wrong? When did the internet start to go wrong?
That's really hard to put time in it. One date was the 2016 elections. So I was surprised because people said that the first Trump election and the Brexit election, for example, were both elections where people said that it's possible that those people were manipulated on the web into voting for things which were not in their best interests. So that, for me, that was so I did a double take at that point when and then the Web Foundation sort of looked, and various people have since then looked at it and to try to figure out is that the case. So, but for me, those elections were a bit of a bit of a wake up moment.
Okay, so 2016. I mean, just looking back to the inception of your invention, I mean, do you think you'd have done anything differently when it comes to putting up more guardrails, perhaps more privacy? Are there any things you wish you'd sort of done slightly differently?
Well, one thing is if you get a website, then you have to get a domain name. So you have to get whatever it is, .com or .au, and so when you get that, you have to go decide which domain name system that you're going to be which hierarchy you're going to be in, and then you have to pay money. And the domain name system is a hierarchical system. So it's very decentralized. It's got one root. So the domain name system really isn't in the spirit of the web. It's not decentralized. So if I was doing it again, maybe I'd build my own domain name system, which was less centralized.
Okay, so something you'd do differently. I mean, given that where we are, and you sound a bit nostalgic for what the internet and the web used to be like, are there any quick fixes? I mean, for example, I think you're quoted as saying you take issue with how algorithms are used. I mean, is there a quick fix out there to bring it back to more friendly territory?
Well, digital sovereignty is getting. Well, what can we do to give people that feeling back of power? And so various projects. So if you join a group of people who are building things, but not building things in what we call the attention economy. The attention economy is this economy of your device constantly trying to get you to stay on, the different apps on the device fighting for attention, different sites on the web fighting for your attention, and then using addictive techniques to keep you on it. So the attention economy is what there are some issues with. If we switch it to the intention economy, then when you wake up in the morning, you will be able to use the web and everything on it to your best, in your best interests, to do whatever you want to do. So the intention, switching from the attention economy to the intention economy, is what we have to do to fix this.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, Sir Tim, artificial intelligence has taken a lot of us by surprise. It's gone leaps and bounds the last couple of years. I mean, is that something that worries you, sort of the general direction in which AI is taking us?
The general direction is taking, I think, there are lots of wonderful things to get AI, so I'm hoping for lots of great things. I'm hoping for AI to help us find cures to rare diseases and cures for cancer. And so the AI-empowered scientists, I hope, will be doing wonderful things. That said, I'm if we do make a super intelligent power, if we make an AI which is smarter than us, then I think we have to be very careful how we contain it.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Sir Tim Berners-Lee, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Morning. Happy wedding week. You have a lot on your plate. Let us know how we can help.
Maybe someone could help me write my wedding vows.
How about this? I, Anna, take you, Eric, a man whose daughter is a little demon thing with an obnoxious accent.
What is taking so long? We wouldn't want to be off schedule, innit?
First of all, welcome to the Freakier Club. How does it feel touring with Jamie and Lindsay?
Oh, it's so wonderful. They're great.
How was the experience of meeting the fans there, and how did you feel their expectations were?
Everyone was so excited just to be there and to feel that energy and to see what we had to, you know, to give and offer. And I feel like that electric energy really helped, especially in the moment. Yeah, I think I underestimated how many fans there still are and are. This is all very new for me, and I'm just so grateful and excited. And it's been such a wonderful journey since when we first met to now through filming. And honestly, we wrapped the movie less than a year ago. So this is all just like, go, start, let's go, do it. Yeah, it's so fun.
How did you girls work with Lindsay and Jamie, and what do you think about them? I mean, there's something really special about each one of those girls.
Yes, they're so lovely, and they're such trustworthy and trusting people where they can give and receive love so flawlessly, and it's beautiful because they're both mothers and they're both very maternal, and I think that I can come to either of them about anything, and creatively or emotionally. It's about the technique of working with them. We all live life through context, so being able to build that past, like you were saying with the London, and why does Lily want to be in London? Building that context through character work and movement coaching and developing a past for these characters when they're so new to us, so that we can feel like they're a little bit more lived in. I think that was really, really influential to how we actually played these characters. Yeah, absolutely.
The final question is about fashion and music, the favorite topics of everyone. How much were those two things a very important element to the film for you girls?
It's so important because when you're a character, or when you're playing a new character, especially in a body swap, it's wardrobe, makeup, hair, environment. It's so important. And a lot of times people create playlists of music to listen to as their character, like Jamie does that, and she wears different perfumes as her different characters. I think that's such an interesting, that's such a fun little nugget of information to take with you.
Girls, that doesn't work. Ow! Ow!
I think I just peed a little.
Hey girls, how are you?
Good. Hello, Raya.
Hello, nice to see you, Jamie.
Nice to see you too.
How's everything?
Very good, thank you. Having a great day.
I'm sure you're having a great tour, because I anticipated excitement about this, but I think it's gone beyond the excitement. Everybody's like so much waiting for it, isn't it? Do you feel that energy?
Yes. Without question.
Yeah. And it's an incredible feeling.
It's one of those feelings you can't describe to people. Like, I call home, my husband says, "How's it going?" I really can't describe it to him, because you have to really be there and feel it. Lindsay and I were on the red carpet for the UK premiere. There was a moment after everybody else was taken away, and the two of us were standing there. We were holding hands, and in that moment, we looked at each other. It was like, wow. Because we've been talking about it for a long time.
You've walked in each other's path. You learned a lesson that may serve you again.
Okay, that's enough.
Thank you very much.
One more thing. Right over there is a QR code that you can tip me with.
Did you discuss throughout the years what they would become? Did you already have a sequel in your mind before it was?
No.
We discussed just things as friends.
We've just been friends for all these years. But then as soon as it was clear that we could make a Freaky Friday sequel, then the conversation, but by the way, I didn't write it. It wasn't like I went to Disney and said, "Here's the story." You know, that's why God invented writers. It was just the spark of saying, Lindsay's down for it, I'm down for it, she's the right age, let's go.
Change the hearts you know are wrong to reach the place where you belong.
Oh my God, what is happening? Okay, it's who am I? It's me. It's Mom. If you're me and I'm you, then who's that?
I'm Grandma, sweetheart.
It was a different experience for me because I became a mother in the between. Was it?
Oh, you too.
Yeah, exactly.
How old is your child?
She's 9.
Oh, wow. This is a perfect age.
Yeah.
So how much did it change the experience now that we are all mothers?
Oh, a lot. I mean, especially being able to play a mom for the first time on screen and knowing what it feels like to be a mom and the things that we juggle and how we multitask and everything how our lives change for this more beautiful reason when we have kids. It was different for me to play a role like that on screen. And also it was refreshing for me to get to play Anna in a very different light as a mother, because we only know her as someone who's like kind of grumpy and figuring herself out, and not always grumpy, but she complained a bit. And I think Anna's changed now.
Last time we convinced everyone that we were each other until we switched back.
I didn't want to be a part of this family, and now I'm part of some dodgy family curse. And
I'm the eldest? Anna's wardrobe has always been there, but Tessa's wardrobe in this one is very exciting. So tell us about how you worked on it, Jenny.
Let me say this. It's not Tessa's wardrobe. It's
Yes,
Lily's wardrobe. It's
Without
what
getting too much.
Lily does to Tessa's wardrobe. Not my style. Let me just say this out loud. Lily, as a teenager, is very different than both Anna was as a teenager and Harper.
Yeah.
Lily is almost like a mini adult, right? She puts on the airs of being very sophisticated, and she knows Anna Wintour. And so it's harder to differentiate physically. So the clothes really helped. The language helped. The hand gestures help differentiate between the two of us.
All you have to do is reunite her with her first love. Very good. Flip your hair. Good. Big moves. Bite your lip. Not your top lip, your bottom lip.
I know what this is. You're having a stroke.
No, I just need to go to the bathroom.
How excited you feel, Lindsay, that this is very much of an empowering kind of film, you know? There's now 4 strong women in this story.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. I think we don't really see enough movies like this. You don't get a lot of stories where it's walk a mile in my shoes. Try to understand me so that I can understand you better. And the fact that they're all forced into understanding each other and what comes out of it is so beautiful, I think is a necessity right now today for women to see and just everyone to see. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful story.
Nice car.
It's totally mine.
She thinks you're cute.
I do not.
Yes, she does.
I do.
She so does.
Dr. Coleman?
Oh my God, go.
That's my therapist.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Let's do this.
How exciting is it to revisit those characters? I mean, they're unlike anything else.
Honestly, I was looking so much forward to doing this film, and it was just a lovely experience filming it. It's, as always, a huge pleasure to work with Bob and with the kids and all of the characters that we've, had the pleasure of bringing back from the first film. And at the same time, then, adding to that, Colin Hanks and Sharon Stone and all these other amazing other characters. It was really, really great.
Is it very adrenaline driven? Because, there's a lot of action, but it's also quite emotional.
That's why I love this film from the get-go, from the first film. Because there's like this tenderness between Hutch and Becca and like this sort of persistence in loving each other through the crises of life. Bob in the first film is your typical guy who's forced to do a normal life.
Yes.
And to suppress a truth about himself in doing so. Because at some point there's been a pact. The past is in the past. We're now raising kids. In Nobody One, that obviously went to smithereens. And now in the second one, Hutch and Becca are working on finding a balance between work and family. And it's that balance, that work-life balance, that is also an underrunning joke in the film.
I also loved, the location shooting in this one. How much fun was it to kind of recreate that world?
On the first day at work, Bob showed me like this incredible real video from the 80s of what it looked like when, people took their kids to vacation to this kind of vacation village, with a park and rides and like a carny experience and so on. And I was just like, that will be really hard to recreate. And then I came on set and they had totally created it. And it was amazing.
We all have different sides. But most of all, you're a dad. Go fix this.
exciting to revisit these characters from an audience point of view. But for you, do you keep his backstory in mind? Is he the kind of character that kind of stays with you? Also, obviously, with the writing.
Absolutely. I mean, I was a part of inventing the character and the story of the first film. Some parts of it are built out of my own actual life. My family had 2 break-ins and left me with a lot of feelings I wanted to act out on screen. But, of course, much of it is invented, and we have ideas in our conversations, myself and Derek, about who these characters are, what their backstory is, and where they might be headed.
I've come to terms with the fact that you don't have an average job.
You guys having fun at the convention?
Is he an exhausting character to play, although that enjoyable? Because he is mentally exhausted as a character.
Yeah, he is. He is. You're right. There's a lot of weight on him. And from the way he processes the world and the rage that I guess he's born with, that's in his DNA, we could say. So yes, characters like that are exhausting, as was Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman is not me, and I'm not like him, and there's a lot of joy in him as well, and hope. But these are guys who are burdened to a great extent, and that's true of Hutch for sure. And they can be exhausting to play, yeah.
And summer break's just a few days away.
We should do something strictly family time.
Come on, kids. It can be an adventure.
How did the idea of the holiday and making up that holiday world come about?
We had talked about it being he wants to go on vacation, and the first outline by Derek Kolstad had Hutch and Becca in Italy. Poor Hutch and poor Bob Odenkirk do not get to go to Italy. They don't get to. That's for other people. Hutch gets to go to the same place he went to when he was a kid. And I called Derek, the writer, and I said, what about the Wisconsin Dells? Luckily, Derek grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. It's a vacation town in the middle of Wisconsin that I went to as a kid. So we made up Plummerville, and we took him to a rinky-dink, somewhat weathered, old little vacation town that you go to when you can't afford to fly to Hawaii or go to Disneyland. And that's where he takes his family, and they're trying to make the best of it, but they're unimpressed.
They're trying to make those memories he longs for.
Well, he does make memories.
He definitely is unforgettable.
Yes.
Hey, city boy.
Hey.
Get out of here. Let's go right now.
I understand protecting your sister, but there are other ways to handle things. I left my phone.
Hutch, no.
So unforgettable, how much fun was it to gather the supporting cast for this one and have, the likes of Sharon Stone have way too much fun?
Yeah, it is a joy to put this group together. John Ortiz is a beautiful guy and a joy to work with. Colin Hanks, when I wrote to him and asked, would you play a really, really bad guy? It was wonderful that he said yes. Sharon Stone, I said, please play the biggest, baddest villain you can imagine if you're willing to do so. Connie Nielsen and the crew of my family, Christopher Lloyd and Riza, always happy to rejoin us. Their energy and their good vibes are always appreciated. But let me mention Paisley Catarath and Gage Monroe, who play my kids. In particular, I want to thank Paisley Catarath, who plays Sammy, who was just perfectly dialed in as far as being a girl who is just barely still a little girl, but not so much anymore.
Go fix this.
I told you that. I'm on vacation!
Best you can do. I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
How are you guys?
Hi.
You having fun doing this together?
Yes, we are actually.
Yeah.
It always makes the process easier when the team gets along. So tell us a bit about the atmosphere on these types of sets.
Oh, wow. I mean,
it was good.
It was good. I mean, we all liked each other.
We laughed.
We laughed a lot. You know, this was not a huge budget film. I think we've all, like the last few things we've all done have probably been bigger budgets. And sometimes I feel like in the smaller budgets, when you're in spaces where you have to be with each other and interacting, you know.
Going back to a trailer.
Yeah, we weren't going back to our trailers in between every scene. We were all like being held together because they call it actors holding area.
Yeah.
But we got a chance to really laugh a lot. You know?
Yeah, and you know, as you, I don't know if you've seen the film, but there's some quite interesting characters in it, in the story, but also in life. They were quite interesting, quite extreme. Yeah. He cast quite big personalities, Darren.
Fully.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
This is easily a very fun character to play, extremely colorful, but very layered as well. So how much fun did you have with those characters that are kind of very different from what I assume you guys are in real life?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I'm not. I sort of wish I was a bit more like Russ in many ways and just didn't really give a flying what's it about that, you know. I think. Yeah, I really admire that about the attitude of punk. It's like, I don't care, this is my idea about the world and I'm going to pursue it, irregardless of how I look or what other people think about how I look or how I act. So I sort of learned a lot of him in that way. Yeah, but it was fun. I got that cool haircut every day. I got to dress. There's a great sense of style to being a punk, which, you know, ticked a box for me. And I loved how sort of demanding he was.
Yes. He was demanding that, right?
Regina.
He demanded attention all the time.
What did you get me into?
Welcome to Narnia.
It's a huge amount of cash, and you're their fall guy.
And for you, Regina, what was the main inspiration for the role? She's, you know, we don't want to give too much away, but she's a layered character.
Yes. I mean, I guess, you know, to have the opera, I've played a New York cop before, but totally different cop. And just the opportunity to play a cop again, and I feel like people could see miscongeniality too and see caught stealing, and those are two totally different women. There are differences between all the characters you've played.
Everyone gets a cut. The Russians, the Puerto Ricans, the Hebrews.
Was New York a character for you? Because New York is full of, you know, characters that feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it was wonderful, a wonderful, vivid character.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. They're already wrapping me up, but congrats on the film.
Thank you.
Cheers, you guys. Bye-bye.
I like you, Hank.
Come on, drink them if you got them.
Let's go back to your place and you can take advantage of my poor judgment.
I depend on your poor judgment.
I want to know if I can take this seriously.
What do you need to take us seriously?
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
How are you?
Very good, very good. Congrats on the film. I want to know how the atmosphere is on set, because New York is such a character in the film.
We had a great time. It was so nice to shoot in New York, and especially when we were on location and night shoots, Lower East Side, weekends, like, or Friday nights, you know, it was like, it's rowdy, and it does kind of like give you so much energy, and it's so fun to shoot in the city.
For me, it's a psychological thriller embedded in an action film. Did you feel the same, Austin, or you saw it differently?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were just talking about movies like Frantic and Enemy of the State and you know, Blowout, After Hours. You know, all these films that have the same sort of thing for me, where it's like somebody who's just an everyday person who's thrown into an extraordinary situation. and yeah, the psychological effects of that, and then the action of, I guess, yeah, they're chased by bad people.
And everyone gets to kind of ask themselves, like, what would I do in this situation, you know? And it's like, yeah, you just kind of have to roll with it. And yeah,
exactly. That's I love that about thrillers, where we were just talking about that moment in Frantic where Harrison Ford has a suitcase full of stuff and he's on the rooftop. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? I literally gasped out loud in that moment.
Yeah.
And it taught me so much about like when you're really with the character, how affected you are.
Yeah. You run away from what you're afraid of, then it owns you.
Buckle your seatbelt.
How much did you discuss their emotional connection before we even see them on screen, you know, kind of their romantic backstory?
We talked a lot about it, you know, and we were just saying it's so interesting. Yeah, Darren was very focused on where they were in their connection and relationship. You know, I think it would have been more obvious to make them, you know, already a couple, you know, very comfortable with each other, you know, but the fact that they were kind of, you know, casual and in this place of realizing that they both feel more for each other and kind of, you know, sussing out what they're ready for, but acknowledging that there's like real care and love there. I think it's like such a tender time in a relationship, and the fact that that's what gets disrupted by the chaos, you know. So yeah, it was really about like, where are they, you know.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
How much was Charlie Houston a reference for Hank for you, Austin?
I read the book a number of times before starting, and that was great because the way that he wrote the book, you have the inner dialogue of Hank, so it allowed me to understand him more from Charlie's inspiration, and I was very grateful to have Charlie. He was on set.
He was on set a lot. Yeah, it was nice to have him.
What's the best you can do? I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
My final question is on the cat. Does the cat have a credit, like a former credit in the film? And if not, should we complain to SAG-AFTRA? The cat was the cutest.
The cat was the cutest.
I think, yeah, for sure.
That's a great question. I don't know.
I don't know how that works.
What number is Tonic on the call sheet?
Tonic deserves to be number 1.
I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna look into it.
Yeah.
We're gonna call his agents.
Exactly.
And we're gonna see what's up.
Yeah.
Exactly. The cat deserves the trailer.
Yeah.
The cat stays in the picture.
The cat stays in the picture.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I don't want to.
Should I stay or should I go?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin,
Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although said to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, you know, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1, This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. Mm-hmm. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80-85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity. That already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word, we will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers, but they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 667,137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world
Welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Israel is enduring arguably its most challenging period in recent history. One of its staunchest and perhaps most vocal allies during this time has been US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Unlike many in his position, he's not afraid to speak openly and often boldly on issues that have become internationally divisive. So, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Let's launch straight into it. A lot of news is already breaking as we sit down for our interview. We know Israel has launched the first stage of its Gaza City ground offensive. President Trump has previously stopped short of openly endorsing this plan. He has said, though, that Hamas can't stay. Does the administration support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take full control of Gaza City?
Well, the president's made it very clear that this is a decision the Israelis have to make. It's their future on the line. And they're also dealing with an issue that goes back to October the 7th, when they were overrun by the terrorists of Hamas, who massacred and slaughtered 1,200 of their civilians, and then took 250 people hostage. This has gone on for far too long because Hamas has been just stubborn in not wanting it to end. The president's message has been very clear and very consistent. Hamas can't stay. They have no role in the future of Gaza, and they need to let all of the hostages go. So that's consistent with his message to say that Israel has to do what Israel feels it has to do.
Given the alliance, though, between the US and Israel, it seems to an outsider that it would be unlikely that the Israeli government would go ahead with something that the US administration vehemently opposes. So by that extension, can we assume then that the Trump administration has somewhat endorsed this plan?
Well, I think the assumption is simply what I said, that the U.S. respects that Israel is the country that was attacked. It was their citizens who were slaughtered. And the U.S. position is we're not going to tell them how to not only defend themselves, but how to avenge the massacre of their people. So that's the president's position. He's not dictating to them what the parameters should be. He's saying to them, if this were the United States and we were attacked in this way, and by the way, the equivalent, if this had happened to us, it would have been, given the population differences, as if 40,000 Americans were massacred and mutilated and slaughtered. So I think the president understands that this is something that Israel and Israel alone has to come to terms with, and how they go about it, bringing an end to this extraordinarily long hostility and getting the hostages, all of them, home, is something that they and they alone are in the position to do.
Has the president recently, or yourself through the president, expressed concerns about civilian casualties for this ground operation?
Of course, there's always concern about that, and that's all the more reason that Hamas needs to give up. They need to realize they don't have a future. They're being told this by everyone. Let me add that they've been told this by a unanimous vote of the Arab League, which I thought was incredibly significant, and frankly, something that was very helpful. Because when the Arab League made their statement that all hostages, not some, all of them need to be released, and Hamas needs to demilitarize, that was incredibly significant. And I think the rest of the world looked at that with a real sense of appreciation to what the Arab League said and the manner in which they did it. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
You mentioned hostage families there. So let me ask you this. We've seen large protests throughout Israel from hostage families, people who say they want the hostages back now. They want the Israeli government to agree to a deal that would see all the hostages released. The hostage families say they're very concerned that this ground operation will result in their loved ones never making it out alive. What do you say to those hostage families?
I say that it's a concern that we all have. It's a concern that the Israeli government has. I don't know of anyone who has any desire for something to happen to the hostages that hasn't already happened to them. But what we do know, Melinda, is that a couple of weeks ago, Hamas released a video showing obviously starving hostages being forced to dig their own graves. This disgusting display of savage treatment of these hostages, I think, was part of what made the Israelis feel that they've got to do something more aggressive. The hostage families themselves, they're divided. Some believe that there should just be a complete end, no matter what the consequences, and even if Hamas stays. Others who feel and they understand that Hamas can't win, or will have more October 7ths, will have more families going through the hellish experience of their loved ones being taken hostage, tortured in captivity without any understanding of when they'll be let go. So the unanimity is that everybody wants the hostages home. They want all of them, living and deceased. How to get there? It's not something that everybody is on the same page with. And it's a very difficult decision. I don't envy those who have to decide the best course for how to get those hostages back.
Do you share some of the hostage families' concerns, though, that this operation in particular could put their loved ones in more danger?
It's a legitimate concern. I don't know that it's my place to share the concern or to take an opinion on what should be done. One thing I think everyone can agree on, the hostage families and those who believe in a very aggressive military action, that the hostages can't continue to survive under the treatment that we have witnessed by the videos that Hamas themselves have released. If that's the way they're being treated, one of my questions is, where's the International Red Cross? How come they're not demanding to see the hostages and to get proof of life? Why are they not demanding that the hostages get food? We're hearing a lot of pressure about Israel and whether they have the responsibility of feeding people in Gaza. But one thing we should all agree on is that the hostages should be fed. They're not there because they want to be. And then to force them to dig their own graves is just a disgusting display of savage behavior, uncivilized behavior.
Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal that is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to in July. With the launch of this ground operation in Gaza, has Israel effectively taken that off the table?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Israel may be waiting for Hamas to completely agree in writing, because Hamas has been very, very consistent in saying they're going to agree to something. And then when it gets down to the point of signing it, then they start adding things. They start demanding more things, and it blows up the deal. And it's why I believe Envoy Witkoff even showed his frustration with it. The Israelis have shown a frustration. Egypt, Jordan, everyone has shown a frustration with how Hamas handles this. Because even when they agree to something, they agree verbally, then they won't sign it. And then they change the terms. So I don't know if they have put their signatures on this, if they're serious about it. But one thing is clear. They're going to have to recognize their future is over in Gaza. They don't have one there.
President Trump has indicated that there is starvation in Gaza. He said, they look very hungry. This is real starvation stuff. Do you think that some changes need to be made to improve the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to make it safer for civilians?
Well, actually, GHF is the one entity that's working. It's the UN process that has been a dismal failure. By their own numbers, 92% of their food gets looted or stolen. The reason people are hungry in Gaza is not because of GHF. They're getting that food, and it's not being stolen. But the massive amounts of food that are supposedly being delivered by the UN are not getting there. And when Hamas steals it, Melinda, what they're doing, they're warehousing it, then they sell it on the black market. There's plenty of food that's gone into Gaza. But the tragedy is it's not getting to the people who are really hungry, because Hamas has taken it, they're stealing it, they're selling it. They made $500 million last year selling food in the black market. I've been there, watched exactly in person what's going on with GHF, and that process really fulfills the conditions that President Trump gave us when this was set up. Get food to people who are hungry, but deliver it in a way that it cannot be stolen by Hamas. Now,
what about delivering it in a way that doesn't put civilians in danger? Because we are continuing to hear reports of alleged shooting by Israeli defense troops at those distribution sites.
Yeah, that's not happening, Melinda. I've been there, and we get reports every single day. The IDF is accused of a lot of things, but when I talk to people in Gaza, the actual Gazans, here's what they told me. First of all, they love the U.S. That was nice to hear. They hate Hamas. Every single Gazan I spoke to had a family member that had been murdered by Hamas. They want Hamas to be gone forever. They don't want the PA, the PLO, or Fatah to have anything to do with their future. And interestingly, they did not express hate for the IDF. They recognized that there was a need for the presence of the IDF, who are, by the way, not at the feeding sites, but they do control the corridors that give people safe passage to the GHF sites, which are controlled by and secured by private American contractors. Every one of those people are all special ops U.S. veterans who are manning those sites. But this idea that people have been murdered en masse by the IDF is simply not true. And that's being perpetuated. That's a lie. And it's been pushed by Hamas, which I don't blame them for telling a lie. I do blame people for repeating it without any veracity to verifying it.
After being frozen for decades, Israel has given its approval for the construction of the controversial E1 area of the West Bank, that it effectively is cutting off East Jerusalem from the West Bank. US administrations have historically opposed the E1 development. Does the current administration still hold that opposition?
We've not taken a position on that specific issue, but the Trump administration in its first term, and nothing has changed, has made it very clear that it is not a violation of international law for Israelis to live in Judea and Samaria. One of the reasons we're seeing the more aggressive decision to move into some of these areas is because it's in reaction to what the Europeans have done in concert with the Palestinian Authority, pushing for a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, pushing for this UN conference that's supposed to happen next month in New York at the UN. That has had a totally disastrous effect, not only on the tension in Judea and Samaria, but it's had a detrimental effect on resolving things in Gaza. So I don't know what the Europeans thought they were going to accomplish, but by their actions, they're accomplishing something that I don't think they wanted to do, and that is to essentially give a green light or encourage the Israelis to go ahead and take more pieces of Judea and Samaria, either by declaring sovereignty or annexation. I don't think that was their goal, but pushing for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state without the cooperation and participation of Israel is a violation of Oslo. So if there's going to be this massive violation of the Oslo Agreement, then I think people have to prepare for the consequences of that on both sides of the conflict.
In unveiling the plan, Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said that, and I quote, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table." In the US's mind, is a two-state solution dead?
Well, no one can explain exactly how it works. Where is the Palestinian state? What are the boundaries? What are the borders? Who leads it? Who governs it? Who elects their officials? Do they come into power by an election? They haven't had one in 20 years in the current configuration of their government. And so it's an aspirational thing to say we want a two-state solution. But if you ask specific questions, people can't answer them. And I just feel like that there's got to be some specifics put on the table for there to be any honest and realistic discussion of what a Palestinian state would look like. And quite frankly, in Israel right now, there's no appetite for it. October the 7th was a turning point. There were many Israelis who believed, and they spoke of their support for a two-state solution. But that pretty much was decimated by October the 7th. And it created an extraordinary sense of angst among Israeli citizens who saw the attack coming from the West. They don't want to end up with one coming from the East. And so they're going to put their security and their future first and foremost.
In a recent interview, you said that you don't think a Palestinian state remains a goal for the US. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. And the textbooks continue to have curriculum that encourages very young children to grow up with a hatred toward Jewish people and a sense of belief that it is okay to commit violence against them if it helps to achieve their goals. These are all things that are not helpful to a long-term solution, whether it's a 2-state or a 1-state or a 10-state solution. That kind of activity has just been very hurtful.
So you think the bulk of the problem there lies on the Palestinian side, that they're the reason that a Palestinian state seems unattainable?
Well, for the present moment, I would say, by them going around the Oslo agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well. So there's going to have to be some time. It's not going to be something that is going to be on the table, but it's not the U.S. decision to make. The U.S. is going to be supportive of our allies. We're going to be supportive of peace. The president wants there to be a peaceful resolution. And I think he's demonstrating that by his actions, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe right now, specifically in Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I would hope that some of these European leaders would reassess their actions and decide that maybe they need to take a different approach. Stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas, and start putting the pressure on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people.
US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your contribution here on Counterpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. It's been a pleasure to visit with you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.